And that works. Uh-oh. I'll fall asleep.
Oh no, pardon me.
No.
Really?
Speak of the devil.
Oh, hello.
Hi.
Sorry, I looked at your server because I saw that you were still in there. It said that you're in the what's the room called? The snoozy times?
Oh yeah, I quickly ran down to eat, and then when it hit like 5:50, I was like, okay, cool, I've got time. And then I took Finley out, and he took me around to the back of the house, back past the trees, to go sniff at something a deer left behind.
Oh
My dog
boy.
is questionable, but he's cute.
Isn't that all you need from a dog?
Goku managed to leave the gates of hell open.
Should be concerned.
Now he's got this.
No.
Fuck it. I'm gonna run to the toilet.
I was gonna say, should we start going now and hope that Gwen gets here? But then Zen just ran off to the bathroom. How is everybody today?
I've had the house to myself, so I am golden.
That is always a good time. I have a half a watermelon in my hands.
What happened to the? What did you do to the rest of the watermelon?
The fridge for later.
Oh, okay, that's fair. Was that the Cuddle Buddy one?
Yes. Look,
No, you killed the Cuddle Buddy.
my melons have been in bed for like a week and a half, and I feel like I should probably eat it before it goes bad.
Fair.
Hmm?
Fair. Fair. Stutter noises and then that.
Hello, Zen. Goku, why don't you think Twitch likes me talking about my melons? It's a very lovely green watermelon with a juicy red filling. It actually tastes really fucking good for like one of the first cases of watermelon we got of the year.
Doesn't like you talking about your melons. Please, have you seen VTuber melons?
In VTuber world, you need to either have a completely flat chest or melons that could knock out the president of the United States from somewhere in Chile. There is no in between. Anywhere in between and Twitch bans you.
Naga looks down, looks up, puts on overcoat. Fuck you, no one will know.
Okay, some of them shits be their entire ass personality.
You know, like, that's actually kind of what I like about Iron Mouse, is that she is just herself doing her thing.
Yeah, I mean, there's quite a few that are just out there doing their thing. And then there are others. That's just the end of that statement. There are others.
Yeah, but, like, Iron Mouse got to do so many things that she otherwise wouldn't have been able to do without VTubing. Like, she said growing up she wanted to be an opera singer, but due to her immunodisease, she is unable to. However, due to VTubing, she can still make some stellar songs.
Yeah.
Also, hello, Gwen.
Hi.
Now, once Zen gets back, start. Need to replay Dead Island 2 at some point. I don't remember liking any of the Dead Island games. Why did I just get a Discord Badoo?
The general.
Be back.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Mm.
There is the Roll20 chat that you can send messages in for you to hopefully notice it a little bit faster.
But
No, Goku I didn't like either. However, people do. So, you know, they can enjoy it and I won't stop them. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Dimension 37, Session 6. We have been waiting 2 weeks for this, which is a long time if you didn't know. Who wants to give the summary of last session? Resounding cricket noises. Good to know that I did that good of a job last session.
okay, so I actually will not mind doing so. It's just I was waiting for Roll20 and then I looked at my internet and it dipped and I'm like, oh no, and then it came back. I just need to look at my notes.
You just need to look at your notes? Alright.
Yeah, I just need to look at my notes.
I can't remember what I
So-
did yesterday, so
Huh?
I'm currently arguing with Roll20. One moment.
Essentially, y'all got back, did some night stuff. I think most of the night stuff was either someone drinking, people going to sleep, or midnight looking out a window for a while. Woke up, wound up meeting my little centaur, wrong character, satyr. We talked to a bunch of NPCs trying to get information on, I believe her name was Ilya, one of the individuals who were abducted in this town. Found out that she is generally very sweet, enjoys taking walks, things like that. Really not a person who would have any sort of enemies. Did work at a establishment called, where did I put it? Flores, blah, blah, blah. No, she worked for a fae person.
The
for a fairy.
Phalorist.
Gaylors.
oh yeah.
I have not organized the notes. Yes, exactly. Oh, there it is. She was not someone who made enemies, so the idea of an enemy really didn't seem plausible to just yoink her. It didn't seem she had any particular individuals who had any strong emotions for her that could have abducted her. It seems to, at least by her boss, be a complete and utter mystery. We finished talking to her boss about it, and we had just started moving on to go to, I believe it was to the bank worker, because that was closer than the stables were currently.
Yeah.
can't believe I forgot about the Phalorist.
We also had a pleasant conversation with the guard captain.
Oh.
So, the parts that you had missed there were the players handed over the
Mhm.
golden dragon egg to Benjamin, who paid them out. I believe it was 1,000 gold pieces, 10 reputation points, and the will to his estate in the event that he should have an untimely demise.
And if we happen to have a hand on it, it's still legally binding.
You don't know that.
Shit.
And then there was going to the barracks, the place with the head guard and such. Had a wee chat with him. He was less than thrilled. Other than that, I think that you got everything. You guys had just left the Phalorist and were walking on towards the primary finance tower.
Right.
Dude only lightly deserved it from recall. Yeah. Ow.
It's only a lunch. He'll be fine.
Didn't I take door
mean-
damage from that?
I mean,
Yes,
I-
you had a door slammed in your face and your nose got broken.
I forgot about his
I
nose getting
believe-
broken.
I believe it was because you didn't want to come into the building.
Yeah, that was it. It's not going to be the
Uh-huh.
last time, so, you know.
I mean, you are missing health points. You straight up lost health from it, and I am entertained.
I rolled
Yeah.
a D4 of HP for that, and I think that you took backstage.
Yeah, I took 4. Yeah, I don't have
Yeah.
much luck.
You know, some people believe luck is based on karma.
Oh, well, I'm fucked.
Because he's Irish.
Yeah, luckily Irish doesn't apply to me.
Let's play some information. And I found it. I found the information where Ilya is. All right. So, what are we doing?
I'm assuming we are. Well, these ones are walking to the finance building.
Yes. Specifically, Avon Accountings. Oh, are we getting like the hoof sound from Monty Python with the coconut?
She's making just enough hoof sound that you can't tell if it's quite hooves or some really strong heel.
Uh,
I used to
So
have
did I.
coconut shells that I could clack together.
Oh yeah.
So make your way along the wall. Sure enough, there's a tall ass tower. I say tall, but like it only stands maybe 2.5 houses tall.
So it's more girthy than like tall.
Yeah, it's like it looks like it would only have like 5, maybe 6 floors in it. Like a short apartment building, as it were. But it looks businessy enough. For fuck's sake. If I wanted that, I would have gone to do that. Uh, you guys have any conversations on the way there? Are you guys looking to do anything on the way there?
I believe I'm still perplexed from my previous interaction with the satyr.
Is she so much an anomaly to you?
You guys are from 2 entirely different planets. I don't think that he's been
Sure.
to the
Well,
Feywilds.
Sure.
what planet is that again?
Afira, the Elven planet.
No, no, I have. Just just Aria in particular. No offense.
Curious. Um, I mean, ultimately, I think at least for Arya, she'll just be going over what they know, kind of trying to draw some lines that could be there without overly assuming things. Um, I do have a bit of a question. If anyone would humor me.
Okay.
In past times and plenty of stories one could get, they have stated that some abduction could have been done to feel a source of entertainment, almost like taking people prisoner. You see it mostly with animals. The only combining thing that we know based off of the singular person we've gone to, and the only thing that we currently know intertwines these individuals, is that they are near a fighting ring of sorts. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say we are diehard to go there and find them there, but would it be amiss to stop by and attempt to just see if anything stands out as odd?
Do they like gambling there?
Do they have what, dear?
Gambling. You place a bet, you win, you lose, you win big.
Did I entirely miss something? Where did a fighting ring come from?
It's not really. It's like wasn't it a
It's-
gladiatorial thing?
It's a coliseum.
Like Coliseum. I couldn't think of the word.
And Midnight, both in and out of character, you would know that it exists, as the Queen of the Kings
yeah.
offered to fight you in there.
Well, yeah, I know the Colosseum existed. I think I just forgot where it was in relation to where this is.
It's
It
like
is-
nearly smack in the middle of the city.
I would doubt too. But when people don't get the entertainment they want, well, I have a doubt that those who are a little highbrow, down the nose lookers who wouldn't be too upset at people being taken to give them entertainment. It could be a completely useless lead.
I
It
really
wouldn't
hate
be
to
a
do.
mis-
I really hate to do this. I have to use my brain. But
Oh no!
if there first time. But if there were people being taken hostage for those highbrow, important people, would that not more be a private arena event, whatever, rather than a show for the common masses?
Well, that's just it. We know nothing about how they roll. For all we know, they do have those underground for those who can pay to be there and keep it on the house.
Question for you guys. Are you guys keeping hush-hush about this conversation right now? Or you just-
Absolutely.
Okay.
Pains me to say it, but yes.
It's not that I'm saying that they will be there. I just think stopping by and maybe they can just get some basic information. Get an idea of the area.
Don't think that's necessarily likely. I think that our better course of action would be to start with the individuals and see where they actually overlap.
I was just meaning if we don't find an overlap.
I mean, ultimately, there's going to be something, whether it be a generalized area or a vice of some kind. I don't think we have, because if the way I see it is that if we go into this Colosseum, which is a major thing for this town,
Oh yes, it's very major for this town. Hello.
Who's it though?
Hello.
Oh, me. My name's Philip.
Well, Philip,
Philip.
Yes.
pleasure to meet you.
With 2 P's. One at the beginning, one at the end. Nice to meet you too, little hairy lady. He extends his hand to you.
oh, here, and I was worried about meeting a Philib. Okay,
Or a Hillip.
No, he lives down the street.
fuck.
Yes, is there something we can do for you?
I heard you guys talking about the arena and how concerned that the missing people might turn up there, but I'm not entirely sure if any of you have noticed, but the masses are generally scared out of their mind, and the only noble that's here is Benjamin. And from what I understand, he's under a sort of house arrest right now, and I don't think that,
No. I'm sure it was him. Totally. Yes.
It was a simple idea to talk. Realistically, I've been here for a day. I know nothing about this place.
Oh, well, welcome to Avon. Primary export is fried food.
Fair enough. But like
Oh.
I said, it was more a shot in the dark idea if we have nowhere to look. Plus, with it being such a big place, we can also get some information on locals who may have seen them around more recently and just don't realize they're missing. A wellspring of conversation and a bunch of people. It's like going into a hotel and saying, "Hi, we need information." Or better yet, talking to a bunch of royals' maids, as, after all, as they say, maids know everything, and boy, do they gossip.
I
Yeah,
don't
I
think
don't.
that you'll be finding maids there.
Yeah, this isn't really a maid town.
It's not that we're going to find maids, we're going to find gossips at high places that are of interest to people. Word of mouth is how information spreads the easiest. It's a figure of speech. Forgive me.
Well, you're forgiven.
Anyway, we can drop this and simply move on to the building in which we need to find.
Secondly, I didn't know the main export was fried food. That's actually kind of interesting. Sarah here's the main importer of fried food at this point.
Really?
Uh,
Glad to
Oh, he
meet
took
one
it
of our.
all.
you're giving me war flashbacks.
What city do you hail from, then, young sir, who would buy so much fried food?
Oh, I've been around. Like, I've been here, I've been there, I've been practically everywhere.
So you're like one of those cart food vendors.
Yes.
Fascinating. Would you say
I
that that's a
wanted
very
to.
lucrative form of income?
It keeps the lights on.
Too bad this lights aren't in your head.
I understand about keeping lights on. I'm one of the people who go around every night and light all the lights. I'm a light lighter.
Uh, you're a light lighter.
Yes.
Sorry.
Go around every
Question,
night with
Philip.
this long pole and has some kind of magic cantrip on it. You tap it against the ground, and he taps it against the ground, and a little flame appears at the top. And you go up and into the light, and he sort of like hooks it up and into a light, and you just see a candle come on. He pulls it away and shakes the stick a little bit to put out the flame. He's like, "That's how I do my job."
That's lovely, Philip. I think there's a few lights over there that need to be lighted.
But I believe that your
Uh,
butterfly person wanted a question. Yes,
Actually,
butterfly
don't know.
person?
Yeah, okay. Do you do this alone in this area, or is there a bunch of you?
Oh yes, the street is mine. Oh,
Okay, so
it's
just
sort
this
of.
street, and then the
It's more
next street's
like
another person.
not really. It's like I have the loop of the street. I go from all over that way, and he points down in the direction that he presumably came from. I light everything on that side of the street. Then I come back down the other side, and then I loop around the block and come back up, and then I go into each of the little alleyways, and I light each one. There's only one light in each alley because, theoretically people stick to the main streets more, but
Ah, yes, fair. Okay. Well,
He had to do this. further question, you wouldn't happen to like the lights on the street Faylorist is on, would you?
I mean, we're still on that street.
Well, you, shush.
Are you well, good sir?
Well,
No.
rarely.
Oh. Fortunately, I don't know of a good doctor in town.
Oh, I'm fine. Anyway, you wouldn't happen to have seen, something untoward maybe going on the street. Hey, when was she abducted? Midnight.
Good question.
Fuck. How are you?
First off, what does Philip look like race and all that, if I may?
He is a young elven man who is in this slightly tattered business attire, because you get the feeling that he took the dress for the job you want, not the one that you have, sentence very seriously. He's a little bit sooty because of, going through and lighting all the candles all the time. He's got a very friendly face on him. All smiles. Seems to love life.
If I remember, because I do not believe we actually got to ask when they were abducted. I do remember something about 3 when we were talking about the most recent abduction. Whether it was either 3 days after the second abduction, which I believe was Shane, followed by Mahia, who was the last abduction, or if it had been 3 days ago or 3 weeks. I just remember the number 3. I was going to ask, but then someone decided it was a good idea to make the man's food smell horrific.
So 3 was probably in regards to the amount of people that went missing.
Okay, yes, we did not ask for how long.
The only time frame we have is Ilya left work to go on our walk and then did not come in the next day.
Yeah, and you would note that it is currently about nearing in on 5 p.m., which you'd assume is when the Faylorist would close.
Well, she did say that she let her go early that day, did she not?
Tends to let her go a little bit early most days, if I remember correctly. Because she likes to go for walks.
We did say we wanted to talk to Aaliyah's wife as well to see if she made it home that day at all. Thus meaning, was it 2 weeks?
Yes, we were going to do that. We had decided to go to the finance first for a reason that I do not remember.
Because we're closer to the building than we are the home, is what I remember.
I think I remember
that. Philip.
Yes.
Might I ask, darling, have you seen anything change within however long that these kidnappings, well, abductings, have been going on? Anyone using the night as cover for unusual reasons? Get the silliness out of the way so we can focus on the straightforward,
No, I like the silliness.
Fair.
Fine.
Do you remember seeing someone around who was an unfamiliar face for the night?
What do you remember about them, Philip?
That is a good question, good sir. A very, very good question. And it is a question that I can answer for you.
Are you sure?
2 weeks since the last person went missing? Or is it 2 weeks since the first person went missing?
The last thing.
She was the last person, though, was she not?
No. Aaliyah was the first. Shane was the second, and Mahia was the last.
Ah.
Aaliyah was the married human, 5'3", brown hair, pale skin, small frame, normally in very floral dresses. Shane was the 16, I think was the age was given. I didn't quite hear.
Yeah.
Elf, 4'7", blonde hair, counting in the business towers. Mahia, my bad, was the non-binary 30-year-old tiefling, black hair, gray skin, red eyes, malnourished.
Yeah.
Oh no, wait, here it is. It's a week since his abduction or their abduction. I was reading things. It had been a week since Mahia had been abducted.
So it's at least a week.
Yes, it's been at least 2 weeks. Was there any unusual clothing? Any distinguishing factors?
He was dressed very nicely. He was dressed almost like you would see from a businessman, but in white versus, your standard gestures to himself. He looks more brown at this point, but you could tell that at one point it was a nice black suit.
Look, it's the thought that counts.
Like-
So, a white suit.
A bit on the shorter side.
Could you distinguish what race, say, he might have been?
I saw him from 2 blocks away.
If I really had to push you, Philip.
Let's not push Philip.
Did you push me? I've done nothing wrong. I'm trying
Metaphorically, Philip.
I'm trying to recall information for you fine people.
I just-
I'm not
what
getting
he
wrong,
means
damn I!
is- No.
Metaphorically, Philip.
What he means if we could help push your memory further. Not physically harm you, but maybe poke and prod to understand the situation or what you can remember a little better. Like pushing your limits, but with your memory.
I was going to say before I was interrupted that I would assume from a beard as magnificent as it looked like he had, it was probably a dwarf.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Interesting.
He was
Was
in a white suit.
Anything else you can remember, Philip?
I was talking to someone taller than him.
And what did they look like?
All lanky. Would have been green clothing. Not exactly able to discern it. Didn't look like he had a beard.
Could you venture a guess at their race, Philip?
All?
remember
yes.
this was at a distance.
My favorite.
Remember, this was at a distance, so guessing races can be difficult, especially when tall could mean elf to a Goliath.
Wow, he said lanky.
Have you ever seen a malnourished Goliath?
Fair point.
Was there anything strange about the way they were interacting? Was it an attempt to keep everything quiet away? Were they huddled close? Anything that would be maybe a little. I guess the best word would be shady.
It was around dusk in an area where frankly, neither of them looked in place. Like, one looked like he'd be a high roller in Turnbrook. The other looked like probably be on the other man's payroll. They were,
Hmm.
yes, trying to keep things hush-hush and out of prying ears, and as soon as they noticed me, they seemed to just turn around and quickly head off in their merry ways. I say quickly, it wasn't like a running or like a skedaddle. It was more of like a power walk.
Oh. Oh, that's not
No.
good.
Now, Philip, what direction did they go?
One headed in towards the Barrier District, and he points out the wall that's on the street opposite to you guys. Well, on the other side of... There's a wall opposite to the side of the street that you guys are on, but there are houses in front of it. Who knew?
Metal. And the other, Philip?
Oh, there's only one Philip.
They have that individual, I think, is
Oh!
what he meant.
Took off deeper into the city.
I'm sorry, which one went up to the wall? Was it the lengthy one or the dwarf? I did not catch that.
The short, stout one who had gone up the direction of the Barrier District, and the other one had gone into more of the heart of the city.
I am so done with Philip.
Why are you done with me, good sir?
There you are, you little head about it.
Just one last question, Philip. How long would you say it takes for you to do your entire round at night?
Well, they require me have it done before the sunlight goes away completely. So, between 1 and 2 hours to go through and do it all. When I first started, whew, rough on my legs.
Yeah. See, I can tell. See, you need wings.
Can you hold this? And he like hands out this long metal stick to you. It's probably about
Yeah, Midnight.
7 feet tall.
Yeah, Midnight, can you hold it?
Probably. Okay, I'm gonna try to pick it up.
Can you give me a strength check, please?
Is there any way I could like slide a hand?
Is there any way I can
holding it
sabotage
from a
this?
position that they look like they're holding it?
I'm
Is there any way I
sorry,
can
Zen, shut the
sabotage?
fuck up for a second. Mella,
Sorry, I
what are
just
you
have to
trying
make
to do?
Is there any way that with where Midnight is sitting, flying, what are you doing currently?
I'm basically flying like
Are
up
you
like a foot in
flying
front of this
at?
dude's face.
Are you flying at or above head height?
Probably about his height.
All right. Is there any way that I could, like, I don't know, sleight of hand hold on to it in a way that doesn't look like I'm holding on, just so that it looks like she's holding it? I'm literally just trying to make a joke here about the small fairy pixie being holding something that's way too tall for them.
And Zen wants to try to sabotage this, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I need something to be able to make fun of Midnight about.
It just becomes a strength test between
Okay.
You'll probably win.
So first,
Meanwhile,
Rhea, give me your check.
that is a natural 20 minus 1
Fuck.
for a 19.
As Mela goes to reach to like sort of hold it from the bottom, she sort of notices that it's actually relatively fine for you. Zen, what are you trying to do to sabotage this?
Well, short of Larry just fucking ripping it out of her hand, that is the question. Look, I'm more of an ideas guy. It's just I'm not very good at coming up with ideas.
I don't know. I didn't think I'd get this far.
That's what I was thinking.
The dog that caught the lamplighter.
Okay. Hear me out. Could I try and flick a silver piece with enough force at Midnight's hand to make her drop it?
Roll me
What is that?
an attack at disadvantage.
Shit. So, crazy question. How do I do that?
Okay,
On roll 20.
Just
going.
roll me a d20. You should be able to do /roll 1d20. Yeah.
Aha. See, technology.
Secondary
Like that.
follow-up question.
Yes.
Got ya.
Regardless of what Sarahwyn is attempting to do,
Oh, there is.
can I make a play at, oh no, it's too heavy, and tilt to one side, jutting the butt of it into his stomach?
Philip's stomach or
No, sorry.
Whose stomach do you think?
okay, so your coin goes careening off into the distance and rolls into a gutter.
Yeah.
Shit.
I'm not trying to make any damage or anything. I'm just like making a play at like,
I can take
oh no, it's too heavy.
Give me a performance check.
Oh god. Actually, that's much better than athletics. So. Oh no.
Oh no.
That is a 1. Plus
Oh
3
no.
is 4.
it. For fuck's sake.
Just start doing the, oh no, I thought, as Philip just like grabs it and he yanks it out of your hand and he's just like, who the hell gave you all permission to try to find missing people? As he just sort of like turns around, he just sort of like turns around and just starts walking and continuing on with his job of lighting things.
Can I take a silver piece and throw it at Philip? No force.
Roll me an attack, just roll me a d20. Not at disadvantage.
Okay. Hey, Philip! Take this!
You beat him in the back of the head. Turns around, picks up the silver coin,
All
puts it
right.
in his pocket, and continues on with his life.
Generally, reaction after meeting one.
Saren, dear, can you
No.
come down to my height real quick?
Yes.
Have any of y'all ever watched what is the show? Oh gosh, Leroy Jethro Gibbs was one of the characters.
NCIS?
Thank you,
What?
NCIS. Have any of y'all watched that at all?
Yes.
Literally never heard of that.
Cool. You know how whenever someone did something outrageously stupid, Gibbs would just whack them upside the back of the
head?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what I do. I just sit there and like pat your cheek really and then whack. And off I go.
You know, it's better than I was expecting.
Could have been better. Could have been a kiss. Now, can we please move on? I grow weary.
Well, that would have been worse. Sorry, I'm so.
Her ears just kind of twitch. Touche. I'll get you back later, darling.
I could swear you just said sorry. I'm sober.
Anyway, onto the building now that we have some extra information about some unusual sightings.
You'd think a dwarf in a white suit would stand out.
I mean, generally a white suit would stand out point blank. Only times I've really ever heard of white suits were for marriage.
I mean, arguably, we stand out more than him. Did we kidnap them?
Oh, sweet, sweet summer child.
Well, let's see what information we get about this next person. Because based on what we've heard so far, it is likely that the first woman was taken at some point before, maybe walking through a park before the lights were lit. Something to that effect.
The only concern about the park part is, well, we also don't know which park she visited.
This is true.
And that might be completely far away from where Mr. Phillip was working.
Oh, no, I'm not talking about Philip. I'm just saying in general.
Mm-mm.
Please stop talking about Philip.
I'm gonna look to you. Kind of tilt the head. Yes, dear, shall we get going?
Fine.
Oh, is this place even going to be open? Isn't it about quitting time for everybody?
Well, I assume business individuals have longer days than, per se, a florist. If it's anything like how the individual we were speaking to was dressed, I'd kind of assume they'd be working late. How far away from the building are we at this point? Because I assume we've just started walking after Philip walked away.
You're
Yeah, it's
nearly
walking
at its
talk.
entrance. You're like 2 houses away.
And does it seem like people are still coming and going and interacting?
There are people coming out of it.
Hmm.
But this doesn't strike you as the kind of the kind of building that would have like operating hours and standardized customers. You would wager that it would be more of a clientele-based thing.
Well, we could either stop one of the workers very quickly and ask for the boss of dear me, his name has left Shane. Or we could just go inside, but with the amount of hubbub we've already created, I think it'd be better if we just pull someone across and say, "Hi, do you know who Philip worked for? And are they there?"
Shane.
I think Philip works for the city.
Oh, I'm very sorry. I meant Shane. I'm a little mind scrambled. What names are hard.
Yeah.
As you all
Especially when
sit
there's
there
2
thinking
Ps.
back to it, then you sort of think about his messy, sooty hair and that odd, crooked smile that Philip had. This little glint in his eyes, and you can't help but feel like you kind of wish that you had a man like him in your life.
I don't think I do.
Quickly dash these thoughts as they are nothing more than hearsay.
Yes. The mere devil on his shoulder.
I am going to I assume we can tell the difference between a regular worker and like someone a little bit higher up on the rung coming out by the way they're dressed and all that.
Um, not not particularly. From the looks of the people coming out, you just get the feeling that it was a bit hot today. Didn't want to wear their jackets all day. So some people are coming out in just their dress top, tie, and pants. Some people are coming out with their jackets on.
I am going to go up to the least exhausted looking person that I can because I don't want to have another problem with an exhausted worker being mad at us. Excuse me.
See as the person
Just
sort of like starts, looks around a little bit, and looks down. Sorry, what was that, Zen?
Just before Mela does that, I don't suppose anybody is wearing all white.
No. They are all
No,
very
okay.
much so like black pants, white shirt, black coat. You do get the feeling that they get a little bit of a liberty of customization when it comes to their tie.
Whew. How fun.
So Mela, this individual that you have come up to, sort of like gets slightly startled as they look around, and she looks down and she's like, oh my goodness, I am so sorry. I didn't almost trip over you, did I?"
Not at all. I do have a very quick question, though.
Of course.
We have been requested to look into the missing persons case, and we were told, and hopefully we are correct on this, that the elf named Shane, worked at one of the business towers, and we were pointed here.
Yes, he was the one who worked in the cubicle next to me. He was very sweet.
Would you mind appointing us to at least the name of Shane's boss? We would like to talk to them about what may have been different that day and try to get an idea of what happened.
Oh, we all work for Siobhan. Siobhan is the one who runs Avon Accountings.
And what was the name of it again, Dan?
I'm sorry?
What was the name of the building again?
Avon Accountings?
Is that with 2 A's or?
I'm pretty sure it's just named off of the city we're in.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Yes, I know.
Is Mr. Miss Siobhan, whichever gender pronoun they prefer, are they in currently?
Yes, they are.
Right. Thank you kindly. Gonna look to the group. Shall we enter? And without waiting, I just go in.
Well, I mean,
Midnight is just like lazily floating over the head, going, Sarah and Philip sitting in a mimic. Da, da, da.
Oh, you've
First
seen a
comes
mimic
melting,
before?
then comes death. Wait. Well, that doesn't work, does it?
just go in, Midnight.
This lady looks a little bit distraught as she was just completely ignored. And she
Hold
just
on,
like
sorry.
continues on with her life.
I feel
Hold
so
on.
bad.
Sorry, before you go, I don't suppose you noticed anything different, would you?
No, I was supposed to walk home with him that day, but he left a bit early after having a meeting with Siobhan.
Okay, thanks. I go in.
Well, that's interesting. As we're going in and kind of giving her a respectful head bow, like a thank you, have a good day kind of goodbye.
I am
People.
thoroughly trained.
We have two people who were allowed to go home early.
I'm noticing a pattern.
Yeah,
Didn't go
I-
home much early. It was only 30 minutes sooner than normal.
The other
Don't
individual
usually
that we
pad.
had spoken to also let the other
Hmm. Well,
abducted individual go off early too. It's so far the only thing we have connected, but with that said, we've only been to one place so far. Well,
yeah. And all that means is that if they were out and about and walking around, it means there was less people around it.
mhm.
So, just fill them in there. Right. Who were we looking for?
We're looking for Siobhan, who runs the building and was the boss. And I'm going to look around for I don't know, is this like a secretarial level type business?
There is a secretary sitting at a desk.
I am going an attempt to not startle this person, let my hooves make a little more noise so somebody can just be, oh, someone's coming. Excuse me.
Hello?
Um, um, Siobhan, is there any way we can take a moment to speak to them? We are investigating and we need to have some information
One
about.
moment. As she sort of reaches under her desk and pulls out this brass mouthpiece and just Siobhan, there's people here for you.
Not even an appointment needed.
Gonna
And she
float down
puts it
beside
back
Sarah.
under the desk, and she's like, he'll either be out in here to see you in a few minutes or he won't be at all. I don't know. There's no receiving stuff. Is there anything else that we here at Avon Accounting can assist you with?
Does she looks like she's just tired? Is she bored? Is she okay? Or they actually don't know who they are.
Can we get Sarah in some of this Ambien?
Look,
Give me
I'm
an
not going to be
insight check.
interrupting this fella.
Insight. Oh, that's my notes. Lovely. Hello, notes.
I don't think that you can roll your notes.
I cannot, unfortunately, but my mouse would not scroll.
Challenge
That's a three.
accepted.
That's
It might
a
be
whole
a
lot.
combination of all of the above.
Seems about
Are
right.
you alright, dear? You seem subdued.
I don't get any.
Oh, darling. I am so sorry.
Live in a building next to the Coliseum. Tired.
Oh, bless your soul.
That's a fucking shit one.
Please have a seat over there, and she points in the direction of 3 seats.
Of course.
Going to go back to filing my end of day.
Of course. Thank you.
I say this with immense amounts of trepidation, but you know what I think would cheer you up?
Shutting the fuck up.
Usually that works, but no!
No!
Let me ask you this. Do you like jazz?
How heavy are you?
About 70 kg, 155 pounds.
DM question. I have a nice and pretty 18-inch strength. Can I pick him up and sit him in the corner seat like a toddler?
How old is Arya? Just out of curiosity.
Yes.
You don't know.
Fair enough.
On.
Chaos.
Just as I'm waiting, I just tentatively get out my saxophone.
Just hold on a minute, please. I'm trying to...
Yeah.
Because if I remember correctly, size matters when it comes to your carry, push, pull, lift.
I be
It does.
medium.
I am a medium, and I have the 18 in strength, which
you are a
is...
medium. You're not a small.
Nope,
Okay.
I am 5'2", so I'm
Okay,
still
that's
within
easy.
medium
That's
height.
30 times strength
We're-
score, which would be 30 times 18 is a number equal to 540. Yeah, easily. However, if
Oh.
Zen so wishes to contest it, it will be a grapple check.
I really want to grapple a satyr in the waiting room of an accounting firm. Who am I kidding? Yeah, I do.
That would be just a strength check specifically?
Strength or
Or would
athletic,
you like that?
or sorry, athletics or acrobatics for either of you, I think.
Acrobatics. All the way.
While this is happening,
So,
I'm gonna
sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say while this is happening, I'm gonna go over to Kiki, who's sitting down. I'm gonna ask her to pull out the pastry thing that I haven't touched in like 2 weeks now.
You had touched it just the other day.
And I'm gonna like order like just like a set of little mini like chocolate muffins, and I'm gonna go offer one to the receptionist lady.
So as you go to do that and you turn back around, you see Arya and Sarowin starting to grapple as the accountant lady has already stood up, grabbed a brass lamp, and has just attempted to hit Sarowin over the head with it, but has instead sent it careening into the door.
It seems to happen everywhere I go.
Looks livid.
Hey, she's not sad.
As Siobhan comes into the room and is like, "Can we all please calm down?" Before you stands this 8-foot-tall, well-dressed individual in a full tuxedo, including, undervest, whereas everybody else was just wearing suits. He is completely bald, and he has tattoos on his head, shoulders, and going down his arms, as you see that his coat is sleeveless, but he does have cuffs still. He has a couple of piercings on one of his ears, and his eyes are like scarlet red.
I'm gonna.
Lilac, please go for your break. As she sort of turns around, picks up her paperwork, and fucks off through a door that's behind her. Who are you people, and what do you want?
Well, I was going to offer a cupcake to your receptionist as an apology for interrupting her work. But we're also here to, I guess, speak to you about Shane.
Come with me to my office, please.
Okay. Would you like the cupcake?
No, thank you. As he reaches down, grabs Sarowin by the collar, and just hefts him up like a cat.
Yeah. I'm sure one of these days I'll go somewhere and I won't be physically, emotionally, verbally abused. Usually my fault, yes, but
Well, you are being carried like a cat right now. And Kiki
Is
is
he being held
typing,
like a chicken sandwich? That's my question.
not being held like a burger.
Damn it.
Okay. I'll go ahead
How
and
did
bring
this?
Kiki the cupcake.
I'm just going to politely follow the individual.
So are my feet fully off the ground, or
Oh yes.
just say, oh, this is kind of nice?
This man is a Goliath? Not sure if that was
Yep.
mentioned.
No, but when you said 8 feet,
I
I
got
had
the
a, I
vibe.
had a, I had a thought.
I got the
Sorry,
vibe.
no.
And he is ripped. And it will lead you all into an office just on the main floor there with there's no windows leading outside, but it is very nicely decorated. As he sits Sarwin down in a chair and is like, if I see you move, it will be the last motion you make today. Do I make myself clear?
I'm just visibly weighing my options.
Okay, I fly
Sure.
over to Sarah and take his face and just nod it up and down. We got it. Don't move.
So, you've come to
Fine.
investigate the disappearance of my employee Shane.
Yes, sir.
I'll
Yes.
have a seat. As he sort of straightens himself out and sits behind the desk, puts his elbows on it, and presses his fingertips together, sort of leaning in towards you all. What is it that you all wish to know about him?
Well. Oh, no, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to mention we should start with the type of person they were, as we did with Miss Aaliyah. Get an
Well,
idea if there's anyone that could dislike them or have over affections.
Shane was a good man. Always on time. Liked to stay late after work, get his paperwork done. Was fairly closed off from everybody else. Didn't really like talking to many people, but Anna was a good friend of his. They would normally walk home together, but I had sent him home early the previous day so that he could go home, have a drink, and celebrate his new position within our company. Really one for conversation, and I was hoping that maybe I could help him get a smile on his face that day.
Oh, was there any particular reason that he wouldn't have been happy? Or is he just, you mentioned he's a fairly closed off person. He's just sort of generally expressionless? Or is there something going on?
Skittish by nature, didn't really talk about his past much, so not much that I could assume there.
Uh, we were also told by the guard captain that he has a partner, but nothing is known. Is there anything you could tell us, or maybe a home location?
Unfortunately, I am not at liberty to give out home information as such. I am aware that you are all investigating and trying to find my employee, but it's a confidentiality thing. And as for his partner, I don't really know much. You might have better luck with Anna, but she had just left for the evening.
Ah, yes.
Oh, that must have been the individual I stalked, considering. Did she work right next day?
Our next, our next day of business isn't until Fervus, as we are closed on Septos.
Unfortunately.
Is there anybody you might think would have an issue? I mean, you mentioned starting a new position. Was there anybody else that was attempting to vie for that position?
I mean, everybody's always looking to move up in the world. Good Philip out there had applied at one point and fortunately declined due to being underqualified, but he still dresses as though he's going to move it up in the world. So I'd imagine that everybody else would be not too dissimilar in wanting to move up in the world. So I can only imagine the amount of other people that work for me that may have wanted it.
With that said, was there anyone who was noticeably upset or annoyed? Someone who might be more vindictive specifically, just based off reaction of not getting said job?
Not that I can think of.
Mm.
You want my opinion on disappearances? From what I understand, there is a bit of a discrepancy between them all.
Hmm.
No two people are much in the same, from what I know. Aside from, we all work for coin. Everybody wants coin, not just one man's selfish desire. It's a thing that even adventurers such as yourselves, I'm sure, are looking for. Coin, fame, fortune, and to be known by the world for your deeds. Some people want easier paths to that, and I feel like this might be a case of that.
Hmm. If I may ask, something that will sound a tad confusing, but we spoke to Philip not too long ago, quite literally right before we came in, and we had asked if Philip happened to see anyone acting abnormal, or just people who, sounds terrible, but clearly not where they're supposed to be. And they stated that they noticed what seemed to be a dwarf, given the magnificent beard, who was dressed in a white suit, in short, looked a bit like a high roller, and a lengthy individual. They could not make out the person from a distance. Were walking, and he described that the dwarf looked like someone who had quite a bit of money, would be a boss or someone above, while the lengthy individual should had the looks of someone that they would be working for the dwarf. Have you seen any of these, a dwarf in a white suit, or any unusual people that are out of place around here by chance?
like sort of starts scratching his chin. And he'll just like suddenly yell at the top of his lungs for his secretary to come in. She'll come in. She looks a little bit more awake now than she did previously. She's just like, "Yes, sir?" You interact with every single one of our clients. Is there anybody, particularly of dwarven stature, who comes in a little bit overdressed? Or a little bit underdressed compared to our regular clientele? She'll sort of stop and think for a moment, tap her clipboard, and start going through papers on the clipboard. And she's just like, "Is this someone that we are looking for from today, or was it another day?" Just curious to know if they're a client of ours. Sorry,
You
young
what?
fairy.
Minimum a week ago?
Within the
Maybe
past week,
longer?
Lilac? Okay. Give me a few minutes. Thank you. She'll step back out of the room. I appreciate that you all are looking into this for the town, as chaos seems to be getting stirred up here. First the missing people, and now Benjamin. My company's going to take a little bit of a financial hit from this, but
Did Benjamin invest into you, or
oh, he's one of our clients, one of our top
Hmm,
clients. Moves around a lot of money every day.
I see. I do apologize for interrupting, but these are quite serious. And quite frankly, I'm concerned over realistically who on any world would be next for possible takings.
Well, here's hoping that there isn't any next. Here's hoping that the people who are found are not too physically or emotionally damaged from any of this. However,
Hopefully.
if you do happen to find the person who's responsible for taking my employee, I would like a word with them. You see his fingers like tense together, his grayish skin turning a whiter color where he's pressing his fingers together.
We will do our best to bring in him, they, them, in into the proper establishments to be handled. I cannot promise that they will be caught somewhere that we can bring them back entirely in one piece, because if you can't tell by my very colors, subtlety tends to be not my thing. But I can certainly get a message across should it come to that.
Look like you might be able to hand my message across just fine. I see.
I'll make sure they
Smiles a
get the
bit.
memo.
Thank you for understanding in this serious business affair of ours. Can I interest any of you in a drink, some tea?
Drink?
Got aside from you, I haven't got much in terms of food from my lunch today, but have a nice cabinet of beverages.
A tea would be wonderful for me. Thank you.
Excellent. Would you like Pico, Earl Grey, green?
Green, please.
Excellent. Anybody else?
Uh, uh, an orange tea sounds nice.
No.
Kiki, do you want to share one?
Get up and start. Pulls out a their expensive bottle of alcohol and sort of sets it to the side. And he starts pulling out some tea bags and pulls out a really nice looking tea set that he starts using to prepare it. You do notice that he doesn't seem to have a source of hot water in the room, but this doesn't seem to dissuade him as he fills up the teapot, adds the leaves, puts the lid back on. He says something under his breath, and you note that steam does start coming out of the teapot. Hands over a cup of orange Pico tea to Kiki, since he worries about the strength of the little fairy that's in front of him. He proceeds to do the same thing with the green tea. Then after a
Thank you.
while, Miss Lilac will come back in and she'll be like, I do have one person that matches your request. Moves money every so often. It's very large sums, but it's not frequent. He is a dwarf. Don't think that we should racially profile people, but here you go. As she puts the a piece of rolled up parchment onto the table in front of him. He starts going over it. Don't know if this is information that is honestly useful, but it's a good start for our friends here, I think. She'll sort of like bow and get back out of the room. And he sort of turns the parchment around and slides it towards the front of the desk so that people may see it.
I'm going to look over the information given to
Mhm.
us.
Sure enough, there's The description of dwarven man, mid-30s, orange hair. Typically works with, there is, like, a secondary name on the sheet. Aside from, fuck, where is it? I just fucking had it. Jameson. Aside from Jameson, there is one other name on the sheet. And that name is Bell.
So his name is Jameson and he has like an alias of Bell, or am I misunderstanding that?
Reading it, you would see that Bell is the co-signer or the co-opener of the account, and Jameson is the account holder.
Okay.
What is here is the description of the individual, along with a record of their transactions, and they are all about 1 year apart. So, like, there's a year followed by a week, and then there's a year followed by a week, then a year followed by a week, kind of thing. So, like, there's 2 transactions within 1 week, and then there's nothing for a year, kind of thing.
Like, do these transactions equal out to a net zero, or
the incoming is always like somewheres in and around the 100 platinum, and then there will be like an outtake of like 100 gold.
So a put in of 100 platinum take to 100 gold, or
Yeah.
so then ultimately this account is sitting on hundreds of platinum.
an
Yes.
extreme amount of money. An extreme amount of money.
Yeah.
The description of this individual, does it? The description we got from Philip was pretty damn loose because he saw these 2 individuals for a fairly short time before they skedaddled away. Yeah.
So you're asking if it has more of a description?
Oh, was there a better description of their physicality, or was it just a description of like what they are to the business? I guess is what I'm asking. Or did I manage to miss that while I was typing my notes because I am slow brain?
You did not miss that.
Okay.
At the top, because like they need to have a physically written record of what the individual looks like so that they can confirm. There is like the race, dwarf, age, mid-30s, orange hair, blue eyes, pale skin, stocky build. There's a scar on the left-hand side of his face, stretching from about from just above the eyebrow to down near the chin. I already said his eye color, right?
Yep,
Yes.
blue eyes.
Average height for a dwarf.
I'm going to be like writing all this down so we can keep our information. It is unfortunate that Philip did not get a better look at either of them.
Well, it's all right. And for all we know, this is completely unrelated, but we have more information in case some other detail comes up in the future.
Very sadly, we still have one more individual to investigate. So if this person's been stalking around their building, their work, we at least have an idea of who to track down.
Yep.
I'm concerned about our lack of knowing of this tall individual who ran back into the heart of the city. But maybe we'll find out more information about them when we go to unit.
Uh, I don't know if I missed you describing this or not, but you said the deposits were 1 year apart. Is that like exact, like a year to the day? Or is it just,
It is.
various?
Oh.
And you do note that the one for this year hasn't come in yet.
Is it past the date of the other ones already?
It is. By about a month and a half.
And she gave us this document, which means he's been here in the last week but didn't make a deposit.
No.
Or is this just a general record of everybody who's done business
This is a record specifically of Jameson.
here? Okay.
This is his entire transaction record since he's opened the account.
Mr. Chevron,
Yes.
these dates are very exact. Is there anything here that's maybe important? A festival or something that would make them keep everything to an exact date? Most people are not so, I'd almost say uncomfortably on time with such things to the point that it can be noticed when they are missing their normal routine.
I mean, normally there's an arena once every month that is held amongst people who are so believant in their skills. Where I got my startup in this industry. But this month's is being postponed until the missing peoples are located. Sorry, it's not late by a month and a half. That's my bad. It's late by about 3 weeks.
Okay, so 3. When was the arena supposed to be held? Exact date, if you do not mind me being. It's hard to know about.
It's normally held right around the middle of the month. There's never really an exact date, but it tends to fall on Pentelos, the third Friday of, the third Pentelos of each month. Which
And
anybody familiar with the calendar would know that there is 6 weeks to a month. So the 19th is always going to be a Pentalos. So it's the 26th, the 33rd, the 40th. And all of his deposits have been on the 19th or the 26th.
So my understanding is we either have to do a long ass stakeout, or
You would know that the arena is currently shut down because of missing people. So a stakeout would not get you anywhere if this was the
I'll
trend.
do it anyway.
all the
You know-
transactions were on the 19th and what day? I'm sorry?
19th and the 26th.
26th. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So the individual is 3 weeks late, which would have been
You're currently on the 41st.
Is it-
yeah. So it seems to be they're drawing out around the time of the arena specifically. If I'm not great with math, so I might be messing up the numbers here.
The deposits are always made seemingly the day of a arena, and a withdrawal is typically made the week following.
Okay, so deposits date of withdraw of arena. Withdraw a week after. That's strange. And destroys the theory I just had. Okay, thank you.
You
So, I'm sorry, I just got back. You said the deposit is late by, is it 3 weeks or like a
about
month
3
and a
weeks,
half?
approximately
Okay.
3 weeks.
Kiki, that's actually a good point. But it also is a little strange that they're putting money in the day of, give or take, but then taking money out later unless they're acting like a loan shark.
A loan shark or possibly paying for somebody's services.
Whichever service that might be, you've got a point. It doesn't make them outwardly any more problematic than anyone we've spoken to. Methodical and maybe a little odd, but it's
Yeah,
hard to
so
tell.
There is a business name on the account as well.
Oh,
It
are you
is.
okay?
I started choking on melons. It's fine.
oh,
Oh no!
sorry. I'll put my melons back in my shirt.
Um, It's called Jemmy's Tavern. And near as you can figure, it shares the same address as his home address.
Oh, like a work from home situation? Or, well, not
Yeah.
work from home, but like live in the same building as they work.
Yeah.
Like, and I'm sorry if you've already, again, I'm sorry if you've already covered this, but this is an address in this city.
Yes.
based on what we know, would this be a location near the Coliseum?
It's not super close. You guys have been staying on like the more eastern side of the city for your tavern goings and such like that. This one's on the western side of the city, and the arena's like smack in the middle, pretty much.
All right. So this could technically be something as simple as depositing the day's earnings, or at least a portion of them, and then withdrawing for, I don't know, staff. But
Uh,
it's still really odd that it would be those exact amounts on those exact days.
And especially for it to be a year, because then he'd be paying his people only once a year. And only be taking or putting money away once a year.
And it's also possible he's using multiple financial institutions.
It is. And I mean, there are several businesses like this, if I remember correctly, around Loose Terms here, right?
I think.
Or
You
at least
said there were a
similar.
number of similar buildings. I don't know if
Yeah.
there are similar businesses.
That's a good point.
Hmm.
If it's on regular days, it means they have a lot of people there. And the week after could be restocking costs. That's a good point.
I think. I know. I think we've gotten as much as we need or can from this information at this point.
I mean, we got a lot of information. Some might be completely benign, but like very strange.
At minimum, exceedingly odd.
At minimum, what are you doing?
Listen,
at minimum, how are you only paying your people once a year?
Listen,
How do
there
you
are
get
two
away with
possible
this?
explanations. Two possible explanations. A, it's shady, or B, it's OCD.
Or both.
Well, sorry, I said that wrong.
Shady OCD.
It's either shady or CDO.
What the fuck is that?
CDO is the same thing as OCD, but all the letters are in the right order.
Oh, right. So it's OCD.
That's about $30,000 a year, Goku, in my world's currency, which is the cost of, if we were to use modern day standards, that is about a year's worth of pay for one person in Ontario, if they are making minimum wage.
They're very strange individual.
Strange. Not necessarily malicious, but definitely strange.
It doesn't feel right. Actually, that does bring up a question. Mr. Chevron, sorry. Have you been to this establishment that they seem to own?
I can't say that I have. The more popular of the taverns or inns is the Stanton Stay. It tends to err on a bit more reasonable of price for what you get.
I'm trying to make some sense of their intake and outtakes.
Well,
And
I'm about to close up for the evening here. If you would like, we could all take a walk down there together.
I'm gonna look to the rest of the group. I mean, it wouldn't be bad to just get a look around to see if there's anything If it's just a building, then it's just a building. We can run over to go speak
Hmm.
about the stable and Mahia.
Yeah. So it's relatively nearby then.
It's more nearby than the stable, but it's in a different direction. However, the stables will be closed for the evening by the time we're to walk out there.
Then we
Yeah,
walk
that's what I
out to the
thought.
stables, or
No, and we'll do the stables likely tomorrow, as soon as they
Yes.
open, as we can, of course. I think
Yes,
going to get just a look at the Jameson's Tavern wouldn't be too bad.
yeah, I would agree. At least, at minimum, we're rolling out a place and possibly getting dinner.
are the stables still open at the moment?
No.
Ah,
They're
right.
pretty much closing down with the rest of the buildings as we speak.
Gotcha.
So, for reference for you, Zen, it is
Yeah.
5 p.m.
Got ya.
Sun is going down. Businesses are largely closing, including
Is
the
this winter?
stables. Pardon?
Is this winter?
You are in the early season of Renew, which you would know to be the season where everybody is starting their planting their crops and whatnot.
Gotcha.
So spring for those who are looking for a direct conversion.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Which, just so you know, this information is publicly available in the Discord. It is available in the channel called Calendar. There's a
Yes.
singular link in there that has a calendar with the ending of Halt, the beginning of Renew, the beginning and ends of all the seasons clearly designated. It has the moon phase, the day of the week that we are currently on, the time that it currently is,
Yes.
the year.
See?
Nice.
I told you there was a calendar there, guys.
No, I was literally on it.
So you just opted
I
not
totally
to look
knew
at
that.
it. Got it.
I just, yeah, sure.
This is news to me.
Yes.
So once
Hmm.
you are all finished closing up, if you really would not mind terribly going and just looking with us, I think that would be quite welcome from us.
So just need to give my secretary her day's pay, and then we can be off if you would wish to have me.
Yes, please.
Can you carry Sarah?
I can carry him if need be.
You are 10 inches shorter than me.
And I already picked you up and placed you on a stool like a child. What does that say about
Yeah.
you, darling?
Did you? I don't remember.
You nearly had a raised
Sh-
furniture.
She was certainly in the process of it as you had a brass lamp go careening past your head.
Y'all need to respect your elders.
Well, you know, I'm much older than you. Oh,
Yeah, well,
younger.
then tell me.
You're asking a lady to tell
Yeah.
you their age.
Do you sincerely think, and I mean this generally, do you sincerely think I care about etiquette?
No, but do you sincerely think I'm ever going to give you a proper answer?
One day, I'll get there.
Oh, sweet child. You overestimate my kindness. Anyway.
Oh, you sweet
I
summer
think I
child.
beat the sh-
Exactly.
I was born in April. You beat the shit out of me less than 10 minutes ago. I don't think I do.
Ah, so you do remember what happened.
Sarwin, until further notice, the answer to the age question is 69,420. Full story, full stop. Okay, moving on.
It's just, I got nothing. Let's go to the bar.
You all hear some rapid clicking noises as you turn around, and Siobhan seems to be bent over under his desk. Or he pops back up with a small bag in his hand.
Ah, safe. I was afraid
Very
it was a
safe
step
under
bro
my
situation.
desk. As he stands up and opens the door for all of you.
Thank you.
A gentleman.
Thank you kindly. Out of sheer curiosity, has the pygmy dragon just been like chilling and like cooing every once in a while, just in its nest while we've been doing all of this?
It's just been vibing in its nest.
Aren't satyrs goats and not horses?
Same thing. Hey, alright, I just need to look
They-
at your teeth real quick.
They are, and as for the hoof thing, hooves are effectively nails.
Yeah, I don't know.
Fingernails.
Look, I throw shit at the wall, and sometimes it sounds smart, okay?
Horses
If
hooves
you-
have fucking tree rings.
If you put your fingers near my mouth, I will bite your finger off.
I didn't say I was gonna fucking claw open your mouth.
I mean, to be fair, you put your fingers near her mouth, I'm gonna take your dick off.
Those are two very different appendages.
Unless I'm aware that there is consent, you are losing something.
Okay, I didn't fucking say I was gonna force it.
But with a wiggle. No.
Heard that before.
So anyways, as you're all led back into the foyer of this establishment,
Fucking die.
you'll see that Siobhan goes and hands the bag to Lilac.
Yes, that's what you said her name was.
Okay, good. Hands the bag to Lilac as he dismisses her for the day. Everybody else seems to have filed out of the building.
Have a good day, Layla.
She just completely ignores you and continues on with her life.
You know, that's
I
fair.
hope- I hope she gets sleep. The poor woman.
I mean, you'd think it'd be quieter without the arena working.
Yeah, but I'm sure there's still some rowdy people around causing problems. It's an arena. People may
True.
just go there to fight, as we've seen with somebody apparently offering to fight whomever there.
Wait, are you referring to when the Queen of the Kings offered to fight the party?
I have no clue. I was not there for that. I just remember someone mentioning it.
I don't think I was there for that.
The Queen of the Kings did in fact offer to fight the party in the arena on the appropriate day.
Oh, okay.
Yes. And then
It wasn't just they
we all
meet me in
found
the
out it
parking
was-
lot after work.
I mean, I'm sure people use the arena for that anyway, though. It's a big arena where people fight. It's bound to happen.
I don't know. None of you have really gone to the arena yet.
And that is something I
Yeah,
would
you
still
wanna
like
fight?
to investigate at some point, but right now we need to get to Jamie's tavern.
Jammies Tavern?
Oh,
Yeah,
Jamie's,
Tavern where you
sorry.
wear your jammies?
And Jammy's Tavern, and then given that it's about the time for everybody to go home, we can try uh uh fucking florist lady's spouse.
Would it be too? I'd imagine it'd be a little late for that, wouldn't it? To interrupt her, she might be heading to bed at that point. We don't know what she does for a job. It might be taxing.
Well, the same thing can go for if we show up at 8 o'clock.
Next, I'm going to double check to see if we know what their job is from.
I don't think it was brought up. No.
No, just that her name was Fitma and where she lived. Yeah. Okay. Fatima, I'm sorry. I read the name really quickly. Okay, I'm sorry.
Her wife, Fitman!
Fatima.
She's a new race. It's the We Fit race.
We Fit Trader! Alright, so
Every
Siobhan opens the
Saturday
door for
night is
everybody.
just a fever dream.
Siobhan opens the front door for everybody, allowing them out, and he'll come out behind you all and pull out his ring of many keys. And you do note that there is about 6 locks on each door of the 2 that are
Fair.
the front of the establishment. And he goes through, locks each one, and then you see him walk off to the side and grab onto a metal pull bar and yank down on it as metal grates come down over all the windows and the doors of the establishment.
Jesus.
Man, he's got that advanced security going on.
Fucking this home is protected by
Cool.
ADT.
Then he goes to the other side of the front door and grabs another metal bar and pulls this accordion style metal gate across it and then locks it shut. Reaches down to the and finishes with his lockup, and he's like, "Well, would you all like to lead the way, or would you like to follow me?"
Considering I have no
happens-
clue where we're going, I'd prefer to follow.
What happens when I'm not here? Is there someone else to open up? I'm always here. This place is my lifeblood. Since I had to work so hard to get this place, but with all the arena fighting, I quite like the leisure of having to open and close this building every day. It's rather cathartic versus crushing people's heads like watermelons.
Yeah, this guy's a good leader.
Of course, I would hate for any of my employees to be sad.
And it's already better than 80% of managers.
I'm not a manager, I am an owner. As for management, I would not promote anyone to management if they are known for causing troubles amongst their co-workers.
If every owner was like this, capitalism would work.
What's capital?
It's just gonna fly off.
Can I just lightly pat ... I am so small compared to him.
Just
I'm
tapping his elbow.
lightly
You're
I'm going
just
to reach up,
tapping
lightly
his
pat his
thigh.
arm.
Please
I
don't.
reach up and with
Oh
like a very just
my.
tap the arm like, say what's that? Please lead the way. I certainly haven't a clue where I'm going.
Understood. He starts leading the way. Where did you guys end up, Fort Knox? Where's a bank?
Oh,
Get Corey just patting the side of a thigh. I was
Like-
waiting for you to just be like, yeah, we'll go with that. And then just the patented Mela eyebrow would go intensifies. Is that a child? No.
I was hoping you would do the, what do you have? A knife! No!
What do you have? A bank account. No!
No.
So he starts leading you all through the city, occasionally cutting through alleys that are relatively well lit. You get the feeling that even if you guys were to get jumped, he would just send their face into a brick wall, so.
I like this guy.
Fine, you guys can have the rest of the goddamn water bottle. There's still like 2/3 of it left.
Hey, to be fair, even if we do get jumped, Kiki can just poof him out of existence. We are
I can
safe.
run away.
I don't think Kiki wants to poof them out of existence, though.
I'm sorry, who poofed who out of existence?
So, long story short, I was trying to steal an egg of a pygmy dragon, but I got shot by an asshole.
Not me.
Surprisingly, not this one. To be fair, he couldn't hit me if he tried.
Challenge accepted.
We'll all keep your weapons put away if you know what's right.
I didn't say I was going to use a weapon.
But because backtracking even a little bit further, Benjamin asked us to go get a pygmy dragon so that he could have company while he's under house arrest. So we went to go get a pygmy dragon, but we found other poachers, and the poachers decided they were going to shoot me, which means they died.
I see.
But during the little kerfluffle that happened, Kiki sort of accidentally made somebody not exist.
As one does.
It was a complete accident. She didn't mean to.
That must have been a very traumatizing experience for you, young Arachnid. I'm sorry that you had to deal with that. Never any fun needing to kill. And he'll sort of like come down on one knee and give you this big tight hug.
Oh. He's a good bean.
It's this 8-foot tall Goliath just giving the most gentle of hugs Kiki has felt in a few months. He will stand up whilst hugging Kiki and just continue to walk while holding her.
Oh.
As this is a fairly easy task for him, given that I'm pretty sure that Kiki is all of like 2 foot nothing. Hang on, how do I... Bio? Oh, Kiki didn't write in any of her information there. Okay, cool, moving on. I will take good care not to scare your little pygmy dragon. She's quite beautiful. Very healthy scales.
Kiki saved her life.
Delightful. Poachers are awful, awful. It's good that you all got there when you did, because knowing them, they were just doing it for sport and intended on destroying everything else.
Yeah.
After a while, stop in front of a building and is like, I believe that this would be the location.
Does it have like signage on the front of it, or
It
You got
does.
like sick one.
It has a sign on the front that says Jammy's Tavern with a little nightcap on it, a wooden carved nightcap.
does it look like it's actually like in business and operational?
There are people that come in and out of it.
And where are we in relation to both the finance building and the florist? Like, are we still in that general area, or I know you mentioned this place was off to the west, but is it still like in the general area, or?
So I don't have the map finished, but if you come over to the stream, I can pull it open here real quick. So where you guys were before, like the Stanton Stay Inn is somewhere's in and around this region. The florist is like up around here-ish. And then the counting building would be somewhere's up and over here. You guys are currently down and over here.
Okay. So it's
Which
a good ways away from the florist stuff.
yeah. Which this is the barrier district.
Yeah.
This is the
And
barrier
that's where
district. And
the
then,
florist lived, was just
yes,
inside that
this is where
that
the
wall there?
florist lives. Yes.
Okay.
We could take a quick break if you all would like, so that Ella can get her allergies under wrap. Everybody else can get like a snack, a drink,
Hmm.
Bathroom break. We can meet back in about 10, 15 minutes.
Radio.
Yeah.
Ah, fuck.
All right. I will return in a few minutes. Holy crap, it's hot as tits in my room.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get a car.
The way I looked down to make sure I was still wearing a shirt. God damn it. You're a very lucky girl. I have large allergy problems myself. They're just not, especially like after I cut the grass. And there's also a neighbor of mine, because I live on an intersection. So catty corner to me, there's a neighbor that has like a hillside that they can't cut with their lawnmower because it's too steep. So they just let it grow. And then they only cut it once a year, and gets full of ragweed, and I just fucking die. That's one of the reasons that I have a total of 4 air conditioners in my house, so that I don't have to open my windows in the summer. And each of those ACs has a filter in it. Well, I mean, it depends. Not all pet dander is created equal. So it could just be a specific breeds or a specific type of animal. Yeah, I technically have enough BTUs of air conditioning to cool my house 5 times over. I could technically put my house below freezing if I wanted to. Because anything over 70 degrees Fahrenheit should not exist. Makes me glad I figured out things like noise gates. Because when I first started streaming, you could always hear the AC in my background whenever I spoke. I think sometimes you still can. Yes. Gwen's fan is my enemy. It is a necessary evil. Welcome back, Meta.
Gotta love allergies.
Mhm.
Especially pollen when you live in the woods.
Yeah, it's about 50 Fahrenheit, so
What was
yeah.
the temperature for me today? It was 93 degrees, 93 Fahrenheit, which I think is 30 something.
Yeah. 93 Fahrenheit, quick back of the hand math, yeah, it'd be about 30 to 35, somewhere around there.
Yeah, 36 if we round up, which when it's 33.8, might as well.
Yeah.
And I hate it. I hate it so
Yeah.
much.
Yeah, for me, anything over 70 Fahrenheit, which is, I believe, about 20 Celsius,
Yeah,
is just
21.
unacceptable.
No, I agree. I prefer 50s to 60s, but I'm very I produce a lot of heat that stays on me because of clothing.
True. Yeah. Like, it's the entire reason, like, between my allergies and not,
Mhm.
which make me not want to open my windows in the summer, because of one of my neighbors. It's the reason I have 4 air conditioners in my house, so that I don't
Yeah.
have to open my windows.
I have the room that stays the coldest in winter, which is perfect for me.
Yes.
But last summer when we were reaching 115 degrees, imagine how I felt.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, see, my issue with this house is that the original house was built in 1904,
Oh.
and the living room area that I have is still original,
Mm,
which means it has no insulation.
no.
Like and the addition where my kitchen is, was at one point a porch. So
Oh.
they closed it in and didn't do a very good job of it. So there's no insulation in the floor. So when it gets to winter and you just step on it with bare feet. It fucking, if it gets cold enough, you can actually feel some of your skin peeling off when you walk across the kitchen.
I, due to family issues, not negative ones, just the good sister I have, up until just a handful of years ago at the absolute most, um, was still living with us with her 2 kids. And unfortunately, they were one girl, one boy, so we couldn't really ever keep them in one room for their own rooms.
Yeah.
I was in the basement, which was fine. Better for me because I don't like being around people, especially not most of my family. And I don't know who thought it was a good idea, but there was one massive choice the previous owners of this place had that I questioned them on. They put a carpet in the basement, which is fine because, and probably needed because it's just like concrete underneath it. But they put the lowest quality, shortest like fabric carpet I have ever seen. You could step on it and still feel almost the entire cold. Now,
Yeah.
did that bother me? No. My body is very, like, I myself run 97 degrees pretty normally. That's just my normal body temperature. But do I produce heat like crazy? So the cold didn't bother me. That being said, the part that I question them is why did they put the carpet in the bathroom?
Oh, ew, no, I couldn't do that. Mm-mm.
I don't know who told them. I understand they were an older couple. I don't know who told them it was a good idea. I don't know why they thought it was a good idea. But it certainly wasn't a good idea. And I think what makes it even worse is that they had a cat door installed in one of the doors that led to kind of a little storage room in there. So the cat was also using their cat litter on top of the carpet.
No.
Clearly belongs to the kitchen. If
Mm.
I
I swear to Christ, if I end up with carpet in the kitchen when we're living together, somebody.
imagine trying to clean a grease spell off of that. Oh,
No. Like heating and cooling my house got a little bit better as of a couple of years ago because of an incident that we recall not so fondly as the Great Raccooning.
okay.
So it was at a time where I was working at a gas station here known as Sheets. And I was working overnights. And I got a call at like 3 in the morning from the housemates, my daughter's mother. And she calls out, she's like, I need you home now. I'm like, what's going on? She's like, we were sleeping, and then a fucking raccoon came out of the fucking, like, the entire ceiling collapsed because of a raccoon, and it landed on top of my daughter.
Oh, that's a quick way to give someone a phobia of raccoons.
And so, like, instead of, like, I swear to Christ, like, when it comes to protecting the child, this woman is great. But if you put an animal or an insect in it, she's utterly fucking useless. So I rush home. I take the like couple hours off of work. I rush home, and they are just sitting on the grass outside of the house in their pajamas, and they're like, "There's a fucking raccoon up there." I'm like, "Why did you just leave it there?" They're like, "Well, what am I going to do about it?" Like, chase it out of the house. Now it's shit everywhere.
We have the issue.
The child? What?
No, the raccoon.
Oh.
We have an issue of rats in the winter, of course, coming in and having pups in the house somewhere. And along with specifically squirrels. In the, I want to say 6-7 years I've lived here, maybe I'm terrible with time. I have caught about, I think it's been 4 squirrel babies and at least 3 rat pups. And I feel
Yeah.
bad every time because I have to get something that it's small enough for me to maneuver, but fast enough for me to like clamp down to get them in. And I constantly am catching their little feet, and I'm like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And then I run to my backyard, let them go, and every time they're just sitting there staring like they're about to have a heart attack. I'm like, I'm sorry, I love you, you're small, it's not your fault, run away. Go.
Yeah. Yeah, so I had to go in and I had to redo all the insulation and I put up a new ceiling and whatnot. And it doesn't look professional,
No.
but it's done. But because I learned that when they apparently somebody at some point had put new insulation in, did not use the correct rated insulation as a barrier between the upstairs rooms and the we do have a quote unquote attic. It's not big enough to be a room and it's not finished. But it's not a crawl space. It's like that in between. So there's a specific, depending on where you live, there's a specific kind of insulation that's graded for that, and that's why we were wasting so much in heating bills and whatnot. But I got that fixed, and now because I underestimated, I now have 2 entire extra rolls of insulation that I need to figure out something to do with. I also have 3 extra recess light fixtures. So if anybody wants me to install a recess light somewhere, I got you.
And you install a recessed light in my ass. Anyways, I'm back.
No. Welcome back.
Alrighty, so you all were outside the Jemmy's Tavern, about to enter, I assume.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was the plan. Enter, grab a table so that we can look around. Goku, I also heard the meltdown. It's fine. So that we can sort of get a lay of the place and see if it seems on the up and up.
Got pretty standard tavern layout. There's round tables with stools at them. There's some booths along the walls. There's a counter at the end that seems to function as the receptionist and place that you would order your alcohol.
Oh, I love my alcohol.
How many people seem to be in here? Is it a standard one, like where there's a decent amount? Is it a lower amount?
There seems to be a lower amount of people. In fact, you 6 seem to be the only ones.
Interesting.
Out of curiosities, is there any like thing like in like signage or like boards or anything that I would recognize as maybe like thieves' camp?
No, not on any like the
Okay.
signage or anything like that.
Okay.
This taller, lanky gentleman comes to the counter and he's like, "What can I do all of you for?"
Is he by any chance wearing green?
seems he is in black dress pants with suspenders and a rolled up blouse. Like his sleeves are rolled up kind of thing, and he's in more feminine shirt.
How to make sure.
Specialty of the house is we don't really have any specialty. We don't have dedicated cook. There's alcohol.
Huh.
If it's
Say less.
I'd like for you to say less too.
I literally haven't done
Interrupting you.
anything yet.
Wow. I'm going to call this the
Yeah.
Saron effect.
If you're looking for food, I can recommend the salmon.
Did you?
It was literally bribing you to go out without a fuss to go talk to these people.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. Because you wanted to stay and you wanted to stay at the other end and just fuck off for the day.
Yeah, okay.
Uh,
Siobhan has
Actually,
found a nice booth to sit himself in where he won't be very easily noticed, despite how incredibly sizable he is.
well, uh, salmon does sound good. I mean, obviously, I won't have a portion of my own if you don't mind, Kiki. If I could have some. Uh, what would you suggest out of your alcoholic venues?
We really carry house ale. Owner is somewhat of a brewer.
Good enough.
Interesting.
Latest
Yeah,
batch is a cherry apple wine, or a cherry apple ale.
that sounds nice. Could I just have a yes, a cup, small cup? Kiki, do you want any? It just feels like a waste getting a tankard just for me. I don't plan on getting drunk tonight.
Speak for yourself.
Yes, we know. It's your entire personality. We get it.
Yes, I know. Just have to make sure, Really have to reinforce it in your mind.
Okay. Well, you can take a sip, see if you enjoy it. If not, then it's fine. And you said it was a cherry apple?
Not cherry and apple.
Or just
Cherry apple.
cherry? Ah,
A cherry apple is a bit like a crab apple, but it's smaller and it's incredibly sweet.
yeah. Just give me a cup of that, please.
Okay. 2 cups, or are you two sharing much like you are the salmon?
We're just gonna share and see if she likes it to begin with.
Understood?
To be fair, if it's a sweet ale, it should go well with salmon.
It is quite sweet. So, one salmon, cherry apple ale,
And
since
I'm
that's the only
assuming
thing
another
that we
one for
have.
Sarwin.
Don't look at me. I ain't buying.
Oh, don't worry. I'm going to kind of lean over and lower my voice and order what I whispered you.
All right.
Just like the basic one, you know. Simple enough.
So he disappears into the back. You assume to get the food and the alcohol and sundries prepared.
Looking around, is there any other employees, or is it just this dude?
Near as you can tell right now, it's just that guy. Go ahead and make me a perception check.
You.
Anybody who is at the counter may make me one as well.
That would be a 15.
Pat?
Would I even try?
Kiki, are you gonna make one too? Feel like Boris would want to make one. How the fuck does this work?
So on
Perception.
his.
Hey.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Well, so Boris is his god is not here right now. Midnight, you do in fact make out some hushed voices from the other room. You can hear two male voices. They're talking very quietly. You can't make out any of the words. You can discern that it's not necessarily any kind of panic, but they are trying to keep their conversation low.
Would I be able to float up to the ceiling and so hang on. You said you went into the back. Is it like a proper doorway, or is it just like a cutout that goes into the
There
back
is a
of the
proper
building?
doorway.
Would I be able to float up to the ceiling and go over where that doorway is to maybe hear better? Not going in, still on the other side of it, but
So like
just
you just
floating
want
up
to
at the ceiling.
float like above the door frame kind of thing?
Yeah. Maybe like a foot above the door frame if there's room, just to make sure I'm out of sight, and hopefully they're a Ubisoft NPC and don't look up.
Sure, go ahead and give me a stealth check.
That is a 17 plus 6 for 23.
Have everybody move to the hallway aside from Midnight, please.
Oh.
There's
Sure.
a channel. There's a channel called hallway.
Oh.
Yeah. Ah.
Oh no.
Midnight. From behind the door, you hear two hushed voices talking to each other. You move closer to start listening. And you can hear them. They're like, there's people here. Supposed to be. We still have the. Do we just assume that they're doing a pickup? Do we just give the job to them and hope that they can leave with the cargo? Guards wouldn't let anybody in or out no matter what. I haven't seen these people before. Eventually the guards will stop looking, they? Bill, I told you that this was a bad idea. Care if it was a bad idea, we didn't have any other option. Clients wanted their freight and didn't have any other locations to get. So then what do you want to do? Then what they asked for, hope that. Fine. You go and grab the others?
Real quick, just to make sure I got it correctly before that. They're worried about us being here, said that they had cargo to be picked up, and were questioning whether or not to give it to us as a job. Is that the gist of it?
Yes, and they had decided to hold on to their cargo and hope that you all just leave. And that this whole thing with the guards blows over.
Yeah, they were expecting a pickup, but that pickup hasn't arrived yet.
Give me an insight check on whether or not they were expecting a pickup.
Ha! It's a nat 20 for a 24.
Okay. You get the feeling that they have posted the job, but they don't necessarily have a designated delivery person.
Okay. Does it seem like this is a job that would be like through the Adventurers Guild, like something that's actually on the up and up, or shady?
You get the feeling that it would have been posted through there.
Okay.
But not that it's not shady kind of thing.
Okay. So possibly skirting what it means to be legal, but still legal enough to go through the Adventurers, or the Adventurers Guild.
The guild ran by the DAG, as you would probably know. The DAG doesn't give a flying fuck about what's considered legal by the denizens of the worlds. As you watched a dwarf get electro-bullied and killed on the street. And nobody did anything to stop it.
Okay. So ethics and legality to the side, they'll just do any job and they don't ask questions. Got it.
Well, like,
okay.
The way that the job posting works is you would post the job and that's it. You would post the job, fill out the reward section, and wait for somebody to get back. And then once the job is complete, they would go in, mark it completed, move on from there.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that answers my question. Okay, I'll go grab them.
Welcome back, everybody.
Oh,
hi.
Zed came back.
Okay, I see.
Well, I mean, we still continue if there's only 3, so.
Wait, 3 is not 75%.
It was 75% before, because other than that, it would have been 50%. We have a 5th player now, so we can go at 3 versus a percentage.
Yeah. Okay. So once they sort of finish their sort of discussion, I'm going to go ahead and flip back to beside Kiki before they exit.
Okay. Person eventually comes back out with a platter of steamed lemon pepper salmon. And 3 tankards.
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and instead of sitting on Kiki's shoulder, I'm going to go ahead, floating down. I'm just going to go ahead and sit on her lap as if it's completely normal. And I'll go ahead and pull out the little tablet and take a look through the guild pages and see if I can find that that thing that they're talking about.
Okay. You do find one job posted for Avon, which is a courier. The text is, "Hello, aspiring adventurers. A good way to build up your reputation is by transporting cargo. As such, anyone with a cart is welcome to take up this job to move 3 crates from Avon to our business partners in Hamel. It is imperative that you do not jostle or damage the crates, and that you make your way as quickly as you can to Hamel. As our delivery is already running late on this latest shipment, there's a reward of about 200 gold that will be paid out upon successful delivery to Zvet, the owner of the Washed Hog Inn in Hamel. Thank you in advance for your service. We will also be providing 10 reputation with the DAG Guild upon completion of the quest."
Okay.
You have
Based on what I've
has a
read
completion
and
period of
heard.
3 weeks.
Okay.
All
right.
Yeah.
So, based on that information, would it be reasonable for me to assume that that is what they were talking about? The reason I ask is because I'm literally 0 in intelligence.
Fucking hell.
Or an 11, but it's like a 0 modifier. So I don't know if I would be able to make that connection.
Go ahead and make me an intelligence check.
Ooh, today's a good day. That's a 19.
Yeah, you can make that assumption pretty easily.
Okay. Hmm. You know what? Yeah, no, we're gonna do this. I'm gonna go ahead and select to accept that.
Okay. Are you informing the party of your intentions, or are you just accepting it?
I am accepting it, and I will receive forgiveness after the fact.
Okay. So you've accepted the quest.
Okay. Does accepting it provide any other details, like come to this tavern? Or
Sorry. Yes. In the description, it would have told you that this is where you would be coming to do the pickup.
okay.
My bad.
Okay. Okay. So I will go ahead and split up, and I will look to Kiki. I'll turn my back to the barkeep. And
If you
I'll
if you all would have sat down with Siobhan, you are in a booth that is relatively concealed.
okay. So in that case, well, I guess then all the secrecy really wasn't necessary. I thought we were still at the bar. um, so the barkeep is back at the bar. He's delivered our stuff.
Well, he put
He's
the
away.
trays out on the bar for you all to collect, and I assume that you brought it all to the table.
Okay. All right. So yeah, he's over there. I'm gonna go ahead and sort of kneel down on the table. And I'm gonna sort of like motion everybody so that I don't have to talk as loud. And I'll say, so good news. We have a new job. So there is some, and I quote unquote, freight waiting inside of this establishment to be carted out of this establishment. It was actually, do you remember? Because I think we've all seen this job posting before.
Yes.
So you remember that job posting that we passed on to cart freight?
Not particularly.
Of course you wouldn't. I think at the time you were getting laid by the fry lady. From here to Hamel. Well, that job is this tavern. And the freight they're talking about is something they are very nervous about giving out to just anybody. So I went ahead and took the job so that nobody else would grab it, just in case it's connected to whatever we're dealing with, because it is suspiciously vague as what the quote unquote freight is. And I feel like we could probably, they don't seem to be too cool with it being here. So I feel like I could probably get them to agree to let us figure out the disappearance stuff first before taking it on, but this way it doesn't disappear from under our noses.
Surely there's a time limit on when we have to do it now, would there not?
Well, it says 3 weeks, but I'm assuming if we can, talk to the requester, then a reasonable period could be established. I mean, what's the worst that happen? We lose reputation with the DAG. I don't really care about that. So, just letting you know.
I forget if I've already explained it, but it would have been explained that rep is not the DAG's feelings towards you. It's effectively an experience system with the guild to allow you to take on higher value quests.
So a rating.
Yes.
Yeah. I just, I don't really care about that.
Okay.
So,
For once, I agree.
now I feel icky.
Can't fucking win.
Saren, I wouldn't keep you around if I didn't pick on you.
I'm gonna leave one of these days, and you're gonna be so worse for me. Probably won't be.
But I was gonna talk to them about it, but I wanted to let y'all know first. technically, I was gonna let you know beforehand, but I misunderstood my placement in space and time. So
Happens to the best of us.
normally I need a lot of alcohol for that, but today's a special day.
Uh,
But first, I want to try some of this ale. Vaguely more important.
I would love to try the ale as well.
Too bad. This is
Aria.
for me. This is for me and
Darling.
Kiki.
Darling, I promised you a drink and I delivered. I didn't promise it was going to be alcohol.
I really hate whenever you're right.
And sadly for you, I am very often right when it comes to my own intentions.
I'm going to the counter.
Kiki.
Sarahwood's got an old married couple 5 and a fucking sister 5 going on. He's the most loved member of this party.
Really? Didn't get that by
The down-
myself.
The downside is that that love comes from 2 fays, so he's just fucked.
Very true.
Any
Kiki.
other draconic wouldn't be taking this.
Any other draconic, if they continue to interrupt me, would be banned.
Sorry.
Kiki. It tastes like shit.
If I take a sip of it, does it still taste like shit?
Oh, it tastes terrible.
Uh-huh.
Hmm.
Oh, hey, Sarah, you can have this one. You don't need to buy your own.
What'd you do to it?
Nothing. It's really good, but since I need to have with the barkeep about the job, I really shouldn't have too much. Need a clear head for it,
I don't fuck it.
I mean,
Is it-
darling, it's free alcohol.
Yeah. I know. I dine it, I guess.
Okay. Tastes like shit. You being a
Is it like-
connoisseur of alcohol,
Is it the worst I've ever drunk? Or
quite possibly.
my
You get
word.
the impression from it that the person who made it had no fucking clue what they were doing.
Yeah.
The salmon is delicious.
I pretend to swirl the beer like I'm a fucking sommelier. I'm noticing distinct undertones of this tastes like absolute fucking dog shit.
If they
So-
come up and beat your ass, I'm not helping.
That is surprisingly out of place. Kinda like this place. How the fuck is an owner of this place dropping 100 platinum in a bank account? This place doesn't make 100 platinum a year.
Mm-mm.
Hey, maybe they make the money off the salmon.
Well, I'm thinking the money comes from this cargo, but we're gonna find out.
I would like to point out that like the salmon that Kiki had ordered is an entire fucking side of fully grown salmon. Like it is enough to feed all 6 of you.
Jesus.
Plot twist: the salmon cooked itself. They had nothing to do with it. Yeah, I'm just gonna take one bite of it. It was offered by Kiki.
It is delicious, light and flaky with a slight fatty texture to it with the lemon pepper's taste seeped into it through its course of steaming.
I'm gonna look and go, hey, Siobhan,
Yes.
If I don't want this to sound rude, but could you not eat the fish? Just in case this doesn't really seem like a savory place based on what I know now. So if we all go unconscious, I'd really like somebody to, not be unconscious.
I see. Yes, I can avoid the salmon.
And if we're all good in 5 minutes, have at it, but just in case. Anyway, Aria,
Yes, dear.
would you like to come with?
Sure.
Or Kiki, do you wish to come with? Or do you want to finish your salmon?
I'll come with.
Okay. Sarahwin,
Oh wow.
sit.
Yeah. Okay.
And
Well,
fly away.
yeah. Thought that. Hey, Ryan, are there any other taverns in walking distance?
Okay. So that people don't continue to get confused about his name, it's not Chevron like the thing with fonts. It's Savon.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I said
Can you spell that for me,
Siobhan.
please?
Okay.
I've been hearing Siobhan this entire time.
I thought it was Siobhan as well.
Yeah.
So what is it actually? One more time.
It is
Okay.
Siobhan, not Chevron.
That was close in my spelling at least. Time to go change my notes a bunch.
I had it CH instead of SH, which is technically the same sound. Okay. Anyway, the three of us and I guess Boris, if he wishes to come with.
Boris has
I
been
am.
pecking at the tail end of the salmon.
We'll go ahead and walk. I'm flying. These peasants can walk. That's a joke. These two are cool.
I don't like it here.
You're not here. Sarahwood is cool too. You're just staying in the booth because I don't fucking trust you.
That is a maligning of my character. I am very trustworthy.
It's also a fact.
Fact schmacked.
I'll go ahead and float over to the bar. I go,
You do so.
excuse me.
Yes.
So thank you for the salmon. It's actually very, very good. Compliments to whoever made it.
Thank you. I made it myself.
Oh, very good. I'm not gonna die later, am I?
No.
Okay. I figured not, but just in case. But there's actually a secondary reason we came here today. And it's because we were let into the city because we had undertaken a request from the guild that pointed us here. And obviously we came with our cart as per the request. We were supposed to pick up cargo from here.
Yes, there are 3 crates.
Yes. Now, as I'm sure you're currently aware, something we weren't aware when we got here until we were already in the city, is that carts are not being allowed out. However, some good news is that we've also been tasked with assisting in the expeditious resolution of the current issue that is stopping the carriages from going out. So thankfully, we might be able to solve both issues at the same time. However, I did want to ask a question. Are you the one that actually put the request up, or was there a boss that did it?
That would be my employer, Jameson.
Ah, Jameson. Okay. Obviously, there's a time limit on this of 3 weeks, but we don't know how long the investigation is going to take. Is there a way that we could maybe talk to Jameson so that 3 weeks would start when we're able to pick up the crates? I don't
Unfortunately,
know
it
if
is
he's actually
something
here
that
or not.
needs to be done sooner rather than later, as despite the fact that the
Mm.
foods are dried that we're trying to ship,
Yes.
they would still have a chance of becoming unwell the travels.
Yes. That is a very, very important thing. Yeah, the only concern I have is that those crates aren't leaving until the investigation is finished.
Sure that the guard can be bribed. You can foot the
Yeah,
extra money
tried
for
that.
that.
Well, I want to let you know that we did take up the request, but I'm assuming they're stored in a cellar where you put food. Uh, so we won't pick them up just yet until we can get with the guards and figure out a way to get them out of the town. That way, they're not just sitting in our cart for who knows how long this takes. Uh, but we at least wanted to stop by and let you know that the request has been accepted. We just, need to fix this first.
There's 3 weeks from acceptance of the quest, and if you not have that time available to you, then you should not have accepted it.
That's what I said.
Right. So, uh, so much for accepting courtesy. But we are going to get to work on the issue. In fact, we're already at work on the issue, which is one thing we did want to ask in relation to the other work we're doing. Because I'm sure you've heard of the disappearances. Anything
Okay.
unusual coming in and out of your tavern over the last few weeks?
Not that I'm aware of.
Good. Okay. Well, we're going to go finish our salmon, and then we will be out of your hair. We will be back with our cart as soon as we have confirmation we're going to be able to get it out of the city.
If you are not done within 3 weeks, then your reputation with the guild will fall, and it'll be more difficult for you to find work.
Yeah, that's generally how that works. Yes, that's why I wanted to come and inform you of, its acceptance and the situation so that you could be aware.
As
But,
per the guild
courtesy.
rulings, from acceptance.
Flying back. All right.
Ampa. Anything
So,
else?
no, I flew back to the table. I, based on what he said, is it actually food?
Go
Like,
ahead and
can
make
I
me an
make an
insight
insight
check.
for that? Yeah.
Anybody who was at that conversation, which I believe was Arya, Midnight, and
Everyone
Keeping.
except me.
3 people out of the 6 people at the table. Not everyone but you. You were still
Okay,
sat at the
that
table
is,
with Boris and Siobhan.
it is a
Makes sense.
tale of two midnights. That is a 5.
That's fine. I got a nat 20.
Fucking hell.
You sure did. You cleared that DC by a margin of 5.
Oh, wait, that's actually kind of close.
Well, DC was 16.
Jeez.
Is Mela going to be sharing the results of this with the party, or does Mela want to keep it to herself?
I am going to. I'm going to share it, but so not to like make any weird chance of being overheard. I'm going to instead write it down as if like I'm writing, whatever, and just have kind of the others check it as if like it's like a peer of a book thing. I don't need them overhearing what I am saying.
He's full of shit about the cargo.
Yeah, I figured.
Like, he could not be more full of shit about the cargo.
Yeah.
He said dried fruit and linens.
Find
What?
out the fruit would and
What tavern willingly gives away their stock to another business partner?
Mhm.
So, what did you just learn?
Boy, oh boy, do we have hands quite full.
What?
For the record, but I know that I spaced out. Did he actually believe me when I said what I said? Just out of curiosity.
Can I please have everybody who has indulged in food or drink make a constitution save, please?
Oh,
Yep.
for back's sake. Oh, for the love of all that is holy. I don't think I've rolled above a 7 today.
That is a 16.
Okay. Kiki. Constitution save, 17. Right, we need to make a constitution save for Boris because he was indulging in the fimsh. Where is his constitution save? So, Boris and Sarowin are incredibly drowsy. The world is swinging around. You didn't think that you drank that much alcohol, but man, that must have been a strong brew. And you both collapse.
You know, what's new? Like, what's different?
I'm going to turn to Chevron and go, I think we should get our drunk friends back to where we're staying for the night. Who knew they'd overdrink so much? I'm going to pick up Darren.
Not yet, Kiki. Not yet.
If you don't mind me asking, the cat didn't drink. I don't think that's drunk.
She gives a look of like,
Siobhan?
He rolled a
Actually,
1 on his insight, by the way.
I'm going to do, you know that thing that like a woman does when they like just play along where they like hold your face gently? He had a few sips, Dan. He's a lightweight. I give him a look like just play along, please.
I'll whisper, Siobhan, do you remember the reason I asked you to not eat the fish?
He will just pick Boris up and just throw him over his shoulder as he stands up.
Thank you.
Uh,
All right. And
who
we'll, I
all
guess
is
all-
on the side? Who all is on the side of the booth facing towards the bar?
Which side was Siobhan on? Because I think me and Kiki would have been beside him.
He was on the side not facing the bar, so that he would not be seen as easily.
So I think that would be the other three.
Yeah, I would have taken whichever side was the least congested.
I mean, I'm unconscious now. Does it really matter?
So, Mella,
Yes.
could you please make me a perception check?
Yep. 20.
You see, as this individual sees Siobhan, he has a very panicked look on his face as he quickly disappears into the back.
I would too.
You know when an eye, like with predators and with humans, when they're hyper focused on something, their eyes like pin because they've noticed something wrong.
Hmm.
Her eyes pin, and I love all of you. We should leave.
Hmm.
And I am leaving. Actually, he's left us unattended, correct?
That is correct, as far as you are aware.
Do we have any remnants of the drink or food left?
Still about half a salmon there.
I'm gonna look to Kiki and like lean down. Darling, do me a favor. Bring this. Oh wait. Oh yeah, you passed. Bring the salmon. I'd like to get somebody who knows something about tampering to look at it. We'll have to move quick with it, though.
You said Dave ran into the back, which
Yeah,
means
Dave.
the bar is unattended.
Correct.
Can I fly in the area behind the bar and see if there's like, I don't know, like a pouch of money or something?
You can. Give
Yes, there are
me
pouch of money.
a investigation. Are you doing it quickly, or are you taking your time with it?
Well, Arya seems to be on the way out, so it's probably just going to be a quick once over.
Make it with disadvantage then, please.
Investigation with disadvantage?
Yes.
Okay. So 13.
There is cups, there are plates, there are tankards, there are a various assortment of things. Money is not one of them.
Evidently, they aren't making money.
There's not even a register. You get the feeling that they don't keep their money up front?
That's fair, but I know I'm shockingly intelligent. Mm-hmm. I don't.
What?
I was gonna like be hovering in the middle of the group. I don't like leaving.
Midnight, how fast can you move, my dear?
Yes.
I suggest getting a guard. We're not going to go very far. If you need be, yell as loud as you can.
Here.
There should be guards nearby.
He like holds Boris out Longcat style towards Arya.
I switched to having them both over my shoulders.
Jesus.
I'm on
I am
business
strong.
now.
Strong. Oh, fuck. I like this guy better
After
than
all,
Philip.
These are my clients.
Is he going back into the back?
He is waiting for the go-ahead.
By all means, darling. After you.
I'm going with him.
Please.
Like,
These
I
are
know the guard.
my clients. Perhaps it would be best if I was seen alone.
Both of you assume I'm being seen. But
I'm a
by all
bold
means.
individual. As he turns around, he's not making a physical effort to stop you. As he goes into the back.
Aria, why don't you put those two in the corner? That way, just in case, you don't have to come with, but just in case somebody comes running out, you and Kiki would be able to handle it.
Or throw us at them.
Sarahwood does make a good bludgeoning weapon.
I'm going to put them right at the door and then stand in the doorway. And I'm going to have my axe, like, in front of me, leaning on it, ready to just take care of business if I need to be.
Oh, if you hear a didgeridoo, that's the panic button.
And what would you like me to do when the panic is in? Come storming in with rage, or take them out and drag them along the way?
2 blasts for rage, 1 for run.
Sounds good.
And I'm going to go ahead and attempt to stealth, sort of the same thing I was doing before. I'm going to go across the ceiling and like dip. Actually, no. If he's going in first, I'm going to skim along the floor because they're going to be looking at his torso.
I mean, he is a sizable person. You could just be behind him until you need to dip out.
You know, I have an 11 in intelligence, okay? So,
All right.
yes, hang on. Is his shirt loose enough that I could just be in, like, the nape of his neck?
The collar is loose. The rest of his shirt is relatively tight.
Okay, then I'm just going to be floating exactly behind him like a fucking moth tattoo.
Alright.
And I'll have my my short bow out just in case it's necessary, but I'm going to let him. I won't take actions unless it's necessary.
Alright. So, what's everybody doing before we get into this? I see Kiki and Arya are typing.
I'm sleeping.
I'm going to hold one I guess hold an action that'll depend on which signal I get. I'm going to, if I get the signal for rage and come in, I'm going to do just that. Come hooves ablazing. If I get the signal to fucking book it, I'm picking the two up and, well, booking it.
Okay. Picking them both up would be a little bit more than you'd be able to do in just one held action, but
Yeah, but like
we'll get
that's
there
just
when we get there.
action, I suppose.
Make a tripwire.
Ooh, that's a good plan.
I like
I
the way
like
you
that
put
plan.
it.
Okay.
Sarah could never come up with that, and he's the smart one.
Okay, I.
Love you, buddy.
You're gonna say
So-
one of these days.
And you know what? I'm going to accept it because turnabout is fair play. It's a fair thing.
So, midnight. You're gonna go ahead and make me a stealth check with advantage.
Stealth with advantage.
Yep, with
Oh,
advantage.
thank fuck for advantage. Oh, yes. Thank fuck for advantages. So the first one was a 3, and the second one is a 16 plus 6 is 22.
Okay. Either one of those would have succeeded. They both rolled a 2 on their perception.
Ah, I mean, to be fair, Goliath.
Yeah. They are more focused on what they believe to be the immediate entertainment. So Siobhan goes into the back, interrupting a small conversation between the dwarven man who is in his mid-30s with orange hair, blue eyes, white skin or pale skin, stocky, and a scar on the left-hand side of his face. And the person who you can assume is the partner named Belle. It's so good to finally meet one of my clients. There was an issue that was brought to my attention with your account that had caught the attention of my secretary, as she is the one who deals with the filing. We couldn't help but notice that your deposits are very timely, and we just wanted to come and make sure that everything was okay, as you have not made your timely deposit yet. They're both sort of caught like deer in a headlight, as neither one of them is sizable enough to possibly hope to get through this Goliath. The one has the height but does not have the strength. The other one has the strength but does not have the height. And they sort of like trip over their words a little bit, and they're just like, we're just having a bit of problems with moving our freight. What with, the city being in lockdown and all. Right. Of course, I understand perfectly. So, your deposits that you make are from your freight sales, then, I assume? Yes, they are. Do you mind if I have a look at said freight? As we wouldn't want the integrity of your freight to decline too much before you are intended to make your delivery. Well, it's just like dried fruit and linens and the good stuff.
In an attempt to help, can I use Juracraft to make just behind them, like maybe a foot behind their heads, like make the sound of what sounds like a rodent scratching on wood behind them?
If that is the thing that your Druidcraft allows you to do, then you may.
Yeah, it says the sound of a small animal, and I don't have to see the location. It just has to be within range.
Okay. So, you do so. Neither of them react.
Yeah. See, this is where the odor's better. Oh, I should have made one of them shit themselves. Oh well. Moments passed. Moving on.
Well, we can assure you that our freight is very it's in good condition for now. May I see it?
For now.
We can show you the crates. They're lovely, lovely little crates.
This is my lovely pet dog. It's clearly a porcelain statue.
My lovely, lovely, lovely horse. My lovely horse. Duh.
Very well then, lead the way. As the dwarf takes lead and the taller, lankier one who... Now they're both in the same room. The taller, lankier one named Bell is a Goliath. Just very scrawny.
Oh.
As they lead Siobhan into the basement. Where they open the door to allow him to go through first. And he does so.
So, seeing this, are their eyes on him as he is? So they were walking in front of him towards the door, right? And then they
Yes.
step to the side, opening it, and their eyes are on him.
Yes.
So would I be able to fly, hopefully maintaining stealth, since they're focused on him, fly down and try to corkscrew my way around like where his leg is and slip down along the ground level in through the door without being noticed?
You can go ahead and make me another stealth check.
Oh no.
I believe.
Oh, hang on. You know, all these stealth checks that I've made, and I've forgotten to add the little tiny bonus to them. Because tiny is another +4, if I remember correctly, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, so it should technically be a +10, not a +6. Okay. And this was just a straight roll?
Yep.
23.
Okay. You do so.
So I am now in, and as he goes in front of them, I'm sort of at his chest, staying out of sight. Or at least attempting to, anyway.
Sure.
Or
Can you
unless I
please make me a
misunderstood what's
dexterity
happening.
check? Or a dexterity save?
Ooh, I'm good at those. Not very good at those. Well, actually, that is in total a 14. Probably would have been better to stay on the floor. Yeah, 14 total.
Okay. As you go to do so, you catch a glimpse of an axe being swung at our good friend Siobhan's chest. Right where you happen to flitter up to.
Shit. Here we go again.
What's your AC?
15.
Give me a quick second here. Alright. Well,
That's okay, Mella.
you managed to not get cleaved in half as
Yay!
Siobhan grabs the axe by the handle, stopping it moments before it hits you, and he just takes it in both hands, snaps it in half, and lodges the head into the wall behind him. And with him snapping it in half, you just hear a tearing sound as his shirt is just turned into shreds.
Wait, am I getting shotgunned by am I getting shotgunned by the buttons on his shirt right now?
No, as the fabric gave out before the buttons did.
Okay. It was like the anime meme where the boobs shoot open the shirt, but it's just muscle. Just go, oh, that happened.
Hang on.
And
Okay.
it's secretly thinking to herself, really should have worked out with Siobhan when it was didgeridoo versus didgeridoo.
I have everybody roll me initiative, please.
Oh, wonderful.
Does me too, or
No, actually, the people who are unconscious do not give me
yeah.
initiative.
So, Riley, can
Yes.
I offer a thing for you? On your left-hand side, I can't remember what placement it is because I'm not the DM here. One of your buttons yep, there you go. Everyone to have you put into initiative. We have to put our character pictures down on the map for this. Put it somewhere like over here if need be, just so that we have our organization here. It'll make it so much easier to keep an eye on where we're going. And make sure you have your character clicked. You have to see that you have your character clicked.
You already have yours out.
Conveniently, I don't have to do that.
24.19. How did you accomplish that?
Right.
So, okay, on the sheets, if you go to the cogwheel that's past the core bio and spells, you're gonna have to give me half a second to find it. In the middle little box, it says add your dex to tiebreaker to initiative. And it keeps us from having who goes first if we all wound up having the same dexterity.
Oh, okay. So your point 19 is your
Okay.
dex. Got it.
Yes. Part.
All right.
Interesting. Well, I guess since I'm not part of this, I'm gonna go to the toilet.
All right.
Have fun.
On will give me a 15 for his initiative. All
And then
right.
you put down a token for them, 2 separate tokens if you have something to just filler so you can see them on the initiative.
I have something else that I'm using for that portion.
Okay.
As it will also track me their HP, AC, and assortment.
Alright.
So Midnight, it is your turn. You have just witnessed this man snap a war axe in half and enter a state of rage, as you could assume.
I'm gonna go ahead and sort of oh shit. Is it dark in here?
No, it's lit.
Okay. I just double checking because, Fae don't get dark vision. So I'm going to go ahead and
I just realized that I don't think that I set the audio up correctly, but at the same time, I don't think that it matters? Question mark? Because I am using a channel for you guys that will still keep audio.
So, quick scan. Is it just the one dude that swung the axe?
There's the one dude that swung the axe, and behind you two, there is the dwarf and the lanky man.
The original two, but he's the only one that's in the basement, at least as far as I can tell.
I mean, in the room in the basement, but like you're all collectively in the basement.
Okay, sweet. Okay, got it. I'm going to operate under the assumption that I haven't been noticed yet, given the massive distraction. And I'm going to attempt a short bow shot. And I may regret this. I'm going to attempt to I'm going to attempt to give this guy an arrow in the knee and attempt to hobble him without murdery.
The one that had swung the axe?
Yes. Because I'm assuming the other two are behind him.
Yes.
Siobhan from me. So yeah. I'm just gonna like pop out of the my visage appearing through the fluttering of torn fabric. With a bow trained on this dude's knee and attempt to hobble him so that we can at least leave a witness for the guards.
Okay, you can go ahead and make me your attack.
That is 16 plus 6, 22.
Okay. You have credited by quite a bit, might I add. Can you please roll me your damage?
Hey, I don't know. Because that's was I noticed beforehand?
No.
So 12 doubled to 24. Did I blow out his entire knee and he bled to death in a span of 6 seconds?
So, like, you know that thing that happens in Skyrim where if you kill something, it just, like, with a bow, it just sort of drags them for a little bit? You got this man right in the femoral artery.
God damn it. And like I'm just sitting there going, oh fuck. That's all Arya hears. You hear the shattering of something, the twing of a bow, probably a scream, and you just hear Midnight go,
You just hear the Wilhelm scream. Oh, for fuck's sake!
Yeah. Would I be? I don't know. This would probably be another action. Would I be able to take the didgeridoo off my waist and just blow a random note in it as a bonus action?
Sure, I'll allow it.
Wait. Which one was which?
One was to run, two to rage.
Okay, so 2.
I will let you toot toot.
Okay, all you hear is snap, twang. Oh, for fuck's sake! Toot toot. Just 2 random didgeridoo notes. Midnight. All right, I'm gonna leave a witness. Nice. I forgot.
Oh boy.
I tried, and that's all that matters. Geeky intent.
Yeah, that's basically what just went down.
Actually, technically, it would be snap, roar, twang. Oh, for fuck's sake!
Actually, the snap and the roar would have happened at the same time.
Hong Kong.
A fucking. You just hear a Canadian goose with emphysema float up. It's
Oh gosh.
hints of depression.
Hints of depression.
Depression didgeridoo?
Kind of angry at himself.
All right. So that was Kiki, or Midnight rather. That is the wrong showing. Oh shit! It's supposed to go Arya then Midnight.
It's fine.
All right, so Arya, it's your turn.
I hear all of that. How far down does my lovely 35 feet of movement take me?
Is that with dash?
No, I have 35 feet because I'm a satyr.
I was concerned that if it was with dash, that you were very slow, and I was about to be very concerned.
No.
35 feet would bring you to about the top of the basement leading into the downstairs.
I'd have to dash to do anything.
Yeah, you'd need to dash to get the rest of the way down there, but you could make a very effective barrier.
Yeah, I'm going to dash the way down and block off the stairs for my action. Just stand there with my axe ready. And to get a point across of how screwed they are, I'm also going to let out a scream that I can't do because I can't force myself to scream. And enter my own rage.
I am going to commit various unforgivable war crimes! I will be wanted in every country!
In standard fan fashion, Arya becomes an obstacle in the door and goes, ah, intensely.
I will state
Like doesn't actually scream, literally says ah and then intensely.
y'all
Verbal quotation.
Arya Rage is meant to be scary because she is sweet and a little playful, but not mean. This is when she gets pissed off. Anyway, I assume there's an obvious case of death in an area, so I will state this: if I were to down anyone, like if I were to have
You want
killed
it to be
somebody,
non-lethal.
I want to go non-lethal for at least one person.
Okay.
Yay! And that I think that's all he can do. Let me double check one of my abilities. Ah, thank you. Okay, that's what I thought. Yep, I'm good.
You just hear you just hear Midnight muttering from behind this wall of Goliath flesh going, why am I so powerful?
All right. So it is Siobhan's turn. Siobhan is going to turn around and grab the dwarf by the head.
Try not to kill him better than I did. Wait, try not to kill him, but be better at it than I did. Don't kill him better than I did. Midnight is genuinely frustrated with herself.
Fails to grab the dwarf by the head. And will instead just fucking kick him in the face. Um, not doing any damage, but it does cause or catch the dwarf off guard, as he was not expecting to get punted today.
Speaking some big words for someone face kicking stuff.
Kiki, it is your turn.
Where's the bots from? That's called Das Boot.
Alright, so you're just gonna like chill next to the door. Are you next to the front door, or are you next to the door leading into the back? Oh, right, you're on the ceiling of the main room. Alright, so you're gonna like drop onto them. Got it.
Yes.
Beware of the dangerous case of drop kickies.
Alright,
Beware Scooter.
top of order, Arya.
Oh, wonderful. Cracks knuckles. I am going to. I didn't take any damage that round, unfortunately, so that forces my rage gone naturally, if I remember this correctly, because I did not do any damage and I did not take any damage.
Yep.
I'm trying to remember if this technically takes my rage when it just goes off on a bonus action, like if it just goes off, or if I can rage again, same. I've not played a barbarian in a while.
Technically, the rage ends at the top of the turn without.
Okay.
It doesn't take any actions or anything like
All
that.
right, so I'm just gonna go into another rage.
Okay.
Is there space behind the dwarfs that I can get into flanking range with
There is.
Chevron? Wonderful. We like advantage, y'all. I'm gonna go behind him and non-lethally hit him with my battle axe two-handed.
Okay.
14 to hit.
Your axe swings down and glances off the dwarf as you cut away the fabric of his clothing and find that he is wearing armor underneath.
Lovely. That's all he can do. I'm not level 5. I don't have second attacks.
All right. Jameson being caught very off guard by the fact that a businessman is so strong and has come with an entourage of fuckers, is going to attack the fucker. With a 19 to hit. Tracy.
Me or
Yes, you.
I have a 16.
Okay, so it does not crit, but it does in fact hit.
Yes. For half damage. If it is bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing.
Ooh. So
This is also true, Kiki.
you will take 5 points of slashing damage already reduced.
Okay.
And he will miss with his second attack. Thusly ending his turn. Leading us into midnight.
Okay. Looking into the basement, do I see 3 crates?
You do.
Are they actual crates or are they cages?
They're crates.
Does it look like they have a lock on them, or are they just sealed crates?
They are sealed crates.
Okay, then I'm not going to be able to open that. So, yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put away my short bow because it's far too powerful for mere mortals. And I'm going to draw one of my toothpicks. And I'm going to fly down and which one is the one closest to Sharon?
They are both
Or-
closest
Oh,
to
they're both
him.
right there. Okay, so I'm gonna walk around and we'll say Jameson. I can be down near the ground and I'm just going to go for the hamstring. And,
Okay.
try not to kill him this time.
Well, you're using melee. You can just say non-lethally.
Yeah, like I said, trying not to kill him.
Roll your to hit with advantage.
Goddamn. 25.
Okay. You crit, but you specified non-lethally. Go ahead and roll your damage.
No. Yes. 15 doubled to 30.
This fuck.
I rolled a 5 and a 6 for my... Oh, wait, no. That's the wrong dice. I'm stupid. I'm sorry. That's right. The daggers are a D2. This would be 2... 6 is 8. Plus 4 is 12. So 24, not 30.
Okay. You, in fact, stab him.
Did he not die?
No, he didn't. He is in fact pissed. And Arya, Alt +3 on your number pad. Alt 13 is a music note, and Alt 14 is a double music note.
Yeah, and once that's done, I'm going to this time continue swinging around and bonus action hiding behind Arya this time.
Okay. That
Stealth of 19.
brings us to Bell. He's going to attempt to make an attack against Siobhan, since it would be stupid of him to try to get away from Siobhan at this point. The natural 1, completely missing with his dagger. And a 13 plus 5 being an 18 to hit. It does unfortunately hit our boy Siobhan. Dealing
2.
I almost dropped my D4. 4 damage.
This,
Don't worry,
is that
Arya.
also half?
No,
If
because
somebody
he did not re-enable his rage.
Oh, right. I thought he got hit between the rounds.
No, they attempted to. Well, boy howdy did they fail.
They
Siobhan,
certainly tried.
reigniting his pissed off rage, shall turn around and make 2 unarmed strikes against Bell. First one being a 16, which will hit. Second one being a lot. A lot.
Don't worry,
So,
if somebody manages to kill Siobhan, then there is no more need for witnesses to testify.
Oh, wait, you're right. Yeah.
And either way, it's
Oh.
fine. It isn't going to last long enough for it to matter.
Sure. It's just I have misread that for so many years now, and I feel stupid.
Oh,
so
yeah.
the first one is going to do 8 damage against the Bell. And the second one will deal 18 for a total of 26 damage to Bell that turn.
Yeah. Gwen is our rules savant. If she doesn't know it offhand, she knows where to find it.
And Kiki, it is your time. All right. Top of the order, Arya.
Mm. I'm gonna stay where I am and keeping advantage for attacks.
Okay.
And I'm gonna go for another battle axe hit, or at least attempt. 19.
Sorry, that was a 19 to hit. You
Yeah.
absolutely hit.
For that much damage.
For that much damage. Wowee. That would be 8 points of damage against Jameson. Oh. Anyways, anything else?
Nope. I have one hit so far, so I did the do.
All right, that will next bring us to Jameson, who... Let's see how smart he is today. Not very. He attempts to run.
Is he leaving melee ranges?
Oh, he absolutely is. Everybody who has a melee weapon may make a melee attack against him, likely with advantage.
And then even if he gets out the door, our drop Kiki's got this.
18 to hit.
That hits.
Enjoy 10 damage.
Okay.
Ooh, that is... Oh, that's only 15 this time.
15 total?
Yeah, 15 total.
Okay. I think that his world is about to be fucking rocked by Shaban.
Let's go, Shaban. Let's go.
Because it is +2 damage on top of the fact that he just crit against this poor bastard. So that's gonna be a d4 plus 7. Rolling max damage,
Yes.
which puts us at 11 plus fuck you, or times 2 for 22 damage. As you just see Siobhan grab this dwarf by the head, pick him up, and just slam him into the ground face first.
Dead, or is he also going non-lethal?
It looks like the dwarf might still be breathing.
Looks is the big word here.
Alright, that was the biggest mistake he could have made, but he is not particularly smart today. Sitting at negative 14 HP. Midnight. It's your turn.
I'm gonna see that happen. And I'm going to holler out, Kiki, emergency medicine needed. And then I'm going to attempt to do the same hamstring to Bell that I did to Jameson.
As you go to do so, Bell just goes, whoa, wait!
I'm going to be holding the dagger out, my hand out, grabbing the side of his pants, go, yes?
We'll give you, like, an amount of money if you don't.
I'm just gonna slowly start moving the knife closer. What's in
200
the
gold.
crates?
200 gold right now. If you don't anymore and just leave us be.
See, that's gonna depend on what's in the crates.
Dry
Just gonna
fruit and
move it
linen.
closer.
Oh, darling, you've tried that with me and you smelled worse than being next to a manure field. I'm gonna point my axe at him. Try again.
I'm touching
Manure?
his leg with my knife.
You know, the funny thing is you've got two incredibly strong people right here that could rip them off without breaking a thing on the inside. I want you to think very hard. What's more important here? Being alive or finding out that some of the most beautiful roses have their thorns?
Starting to break skin with my blade on his hamstring.
Death here is better than death in jail.
Is he just giving up or is he still fighting?
He's still fighting.
Okay.
You gave him an
Alright.
ultimatum and he chose death.
I mean, I'm still not
I'm-
going to kill him, so.
I'm just gonna cut the hamstring.
Okay, roll me an attack.
Won't kill him. 24.
Crit. Roll damage.
Alright, so that's a D2.
Good thing you and I specifically have decided non-lethal.
Yes. So it's 2 plus 4 is 6, plus 4 is 10, doubled to 20.
He is still standing.
Easy. With one less hamstring.
Shockingly, yes.
Yes, but he's got two barbarians about to close in on him.
Ah, damn it. Oh well.
Iki,
I'm gonna
your
go
turn.
ahead and
Oh, wait.
put my dagger away and just flip back and just watch what's gonna happen.
Alright, Kiki, your turn. Alright. With your 90 feet of movement. It will get you about almost all the way there. You could just wait another round to get that last 10 feet. I feel like at this level, it doesn't matter what my rolls are for multiple spells. You can just cast. Have fun. I feel like once we start getting into actual leveled spell.
It's on who? The one that may be dead.
The one who started this mistake.
Yeah, the dwarf. Just in case this one doesn't want to talk, we can give Jameson to the guards. Slaps. Can you
Then
just like
roll your
choose to give
healing.
him 1 hit point?
I'll allow it. I mean, I also would have allowed you to just stabilize him.
True. I always forget that's a thing.
So you're giving him all 8? Or are you changing your mind and just stabilizing? Just 1? Okay. Bandit Captain Jameson, today is your lucky day. You have 1 HP.
Just talking with his face still in the fucking wood. Yay.
Alright. Arya, it is your turn.
Midnight, did you stay in position where we could advantage off each other? Or did you back away from the mans?
I mean, me backing away a foot is still. I haven't moved far enough away to change anything in our situation.
Alright. So if I maneuver myself, I can get the advantage.
Yeah.
Hi, I play with a lot of advantage horrors. I am one of them. 25, non-lethal. Reminding.
Alright, that's a
Reminding.
crit. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
So 5. Do I just roll another 1d10 then?
No, what I do is I double total.
Okay. So for the roll, that'd be 10 damage plus 2 for 12 damage.
No, I double total.
Total?
That
total.
14.
Sorry. Yes, 14 damage.
Still standing? Oops.
That's all I can do.
He's still standing after all this time.
Jameson is going to attempt to get up and hit one of his daggers to stab at Siobhan.
Really?
He rolled a 2 on his intelligence check, man.
I know. I'm shouting at him from across the battle, going, "Just really, bro? Really?" Don't be such a square, bro. I'm gonna stop showing my fucking age now.
He is going to deal 18 damage to Siobhan, halved to 9?
Oh, that's a lot of damage. Oh no.
He crit on both of his attacks.
Ow! Ow! Yes. More
Alright. Midnight, it is your turn.
Christ. All right. Gonna go fly around the battle and fucking bop him in the back of the head.
Roll me an attack.
And 25.
Yeah, that hits.
I'm just gonna bop him with the back of the dagger and take that hit
Just-
point away.
Just want to do minimum damage.
Yeah, a minimum damage at this point would
Alright.
still be 6.
You
so-
have. Well, I allow people to just flat out minimize their damage to 1 if they so choose.
Yeah, just bop him on the head just to make sure
He
he's not,
falls
you know,
unconscious.
dying.
Yeah. Perfect.
It's nap time. Siobhan
I'm gonna look. I
is
just look
pissed.
over to Belle and go. All right. Well, we have a witness for everything now, so you are completely unnecessary. What do you want to do? And then that just ends my turn.
You just witnessed Siobhan grab this man by the neck, fucking pull back, and just whip him up at the ceiling, just piercing through the floor. He is dead.
Have you ever considered throwing javelin?
Arya just pulls out a javelin.
You know, when I said that, I completely forgot it was a weapon.
All right. So they're out and down. Is combat done, or are there
Yep,
going to be more
combat
things
is done.
coming? All right. The sealed crates. How big are they?
Well, with Siobhan standing next to them, they look quite small.
You know that's fair.
Can I just go like knock on one of them to
We
see
had
if
the
there's a
same thought.
response from the inside?
Siobhan, being next to them, has also decided to just fucking open these things with his hand. Like, he grabs one corner of it and just grabs the edge of one of the lids, pushes his fingers through the box, and just rips off the lid.
Well, I was gonna say maybe checking for traps, but I guess that works too.
Siobhan is pissed. He does not care
What's in it?
about traps.
Everyone just huddled around.
Inside of this box is a tiefling with black hair, gray skin, red eyes. They look very malnourished at this point.
I'm gonna go ahead and just yell back, "Hey, Kiki! You're the fastest at mock Jesus. Would you mind going to get a guard, or do you want me to just ride on your shoulder so we can go together?" Yeets. Okay, bye.
Alright.
Can I, like, help unbox them as well? That sounds horrible, but there's no better word.
Hey guys, welcome to my unboxing! We're down in this dank cellar today with my boy Siobhan!
You know,
I'd like
probably
to help
should've
get the
gotten-
box tops off, and then I would like to just stand next to the damn dwarf, so that if he dares to wake up, I'm putting my hoof on him, like on his face, and just holding him still. Good luck trying to hurt a nail.
Yeah, that is
I'll
able to be
float
done.
over and I'll just hold out a rope. Like, do you want to use this?
Yes. Shall we hog tie him, or tie him to the post? Which one would you like?
I would also like
Look
to
at-
point out that there is a corpse halfway between floors right
Looking into like the little back room area, is there anything we could hang him from?
Oh yeah, there's support beams.
Yeah, so I'm like, okay, so we're gonna hog tie him, then we're gonna throw the rope up and then tie him off so he's hanging from the ceiling.
Like a swing?
I think more like a pinata, but
Watch
Well,
as Savan does this little breathing exercise before his muscles de-swell and he looks a little bit disappointed that he ruined his perfectly nice shirt.
sorry, it was a very nice shirt. Provided a great cinematic moment for me to absolutely explode somebody's leg by complete accident. Yeah. So flying back over to the people in the boxes. Are they like? I'm assuming they're like tied there,
Yes.
probably gagged. So I'm gonna go ahead and
Shockingly not gagged. There is a
Um,
bottle in one of the corner or strapped to one of the corners of the crate that seems to be filled with a fluid that you can only assume has nutrients. And there's a tube leading down into their mouth so that they don't die.
probably also having that sleeping drug in it too.
They seem awake and scared.
Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and before untying them, I'm gonna go ahead and sort of pat them on the side of the head and go, I'm gonna take the tube out and then I'm gonna untie your arms. And then I'm gonna do that for each person.
Is it safe to take the tube out with as they are, or should we wait for a medical person?
Well, I'm assuming they're not down the throat; they're just in the mouth.
Yeah, they're just in the mouth.
Okay.
They do look a bit disheveled, but they could probably do with.
I'll help them actually out of the boxes.
Yeah, I'll get the tube out, cut the thing.
Siobhan will go ahead and take Shane to himself.
Yeah, I figured. I'll help the other two gladly.
I'll be like, let's see if we can find some clean water in this place so they can have something clean to drink.
Okay. Siobhan will pull his lunch out of a bag that he had on him and start gently trying to coax Shane to eat. With the advent of it being 10:34 p.m., would we like to end session here, or do we want to put it on hold until I get back? Picking up my mother in like an hour.
I think this is a great place to wait out for another 2 weeks.
Yeah, I agree. This is a good place to stop before we have, because like talking with the guards and whatnot is probably going to be a very long conversation.
Yeah.
And that way, Gwen can participate without the restrictions. That's the word I was looking for.
What were you gonna say? Like restraints or something kinky like that?
No, I wanted the word restriction. It just wasn't in my brain for the first 20 seconds.
With that said, my friend made a very overtuned, but he never intends to play it, so he's just leaving it overtuned subclass for fighter. And instead of saying things like restrained, he used the fucking word bondage.
Yeah. Oh, I've already had quite a bondage. It's fine. And I hear the melting. But yeah. Yeah, I don't know what I was going to continue saying, but yes, stopping here would be a good idea.
All right. And with that, we enter the most fun part of the night. Review me. How did I do?
I mean, as always, the NPCs are very well done. Fuck, my word English is failing me right now. Uh, somebody else speak while I find English.
I had a lot of fun. I enjoyed the NPCs. I feel bad that I caused problems, but to be fair, I was trying to keep a certain man in check.
You're trying to say?
And I really, really like Siobhan. He's fun. He's cute. He's a good.
I'm glad that you like Siobhan.
He deserves a hug.
I like him better than Philip.
What is your problem with Philip? He did nothing.
He's a good bean. He gave us a lot of information.
No, just don't like him.
Philip was quite sudden, but it made sense.
He
given that
heard
we
you
were in
guys
the middle of
talking.
the fucking street.
He heard you guys talking, even though you were quiet. He rolled a 19.
Yeah, it was one of those things where it was very good NPC placement because like us being in the middle of the street, him just popping out as the candle lighter made sense. But it's one of those things where like if we were like off in an alley or like talking in the corner of a bar, it would have been super out of place. So it showed very good NPC placement, not just having the NPC himself, who was also awesome. I think the other thing I was going to say is the information provided based on the quote unquote quest, uh, you know, per our investigation, was very well
Then
thought
we leave
out.
it.
And you positioned it in such a way that it seemed like it would be connected because there was enough suspicious stuff, but there was also enough that was probably legitimate that it could have been completely unrelated. So that was done very well. So if we had chosen not to pursue that, just sort of passing it off as it's weird, but not weird enough to investigate, I think that was done fairly well. I will say the one thing I don't quite understand is why Siobhan just up and offered to take us. Like, I'm sure he has his own motivations. For me, I didn't understand it.
I might have a guess to this, if I may.
Right.
He may have been seeing the lines we were making, because like this is what I got, and wanted to be there in case something went wrong.
That's
the energy I got from him.
That's what I assumed, but
it was partially that and partially the fact that there's a group of people here now who are clearly looking for people who have gone missing, and one of the people who have gone missing is someone that I care about. So if their lead is correct, I want to be there to help.
Okay, yeah. Gwen.
Hey, you!
No.
Why?
God.
Baby
Can we
girl.
just put AU in like bubble wrap forever? Specifically her feet.
That is the plan.
No, we're just gonna tie her to the bed. All of these issues have been from her walking around. We will tie her to the bed and we will keep her fed and loved and cuddled and cared for.
There we go.
And then we roll her in a blanket and turn her into a cannoli.
A Gwenoli.
A Gwenoli. It was. And this is why I love these two. But yeah, like that was the only thing that seemed sudden to me, but it made sense given a specific set of circumstances that we didn't have at the time. And you know, having the explanation, it makes perfect sense. So yeah. No.
Well, there's also
that's-
that, and it was only an offer. It wasn't just a, hey, I'm coming with you. It was a, would you guys like me to come with you?
Yeah.
I literally instantly took that offer for us. I had a feeling. I'm like, he wants
Yeah,
to
like
help.
we all had that feeling, and I don't
Yeah.
think any of us were gonna say no.
No.
I feel like Zen would have
'Cause-
said no if had he had the choice.
He doesn't have the choice. So
Yeah,
If it's
evidently.
democracy, they would have been outvoted.
Look. Okay, I just.
I mean,
Right.
theoretically, you guys still should have easily been able to do that encounter. It was just 2 bandit chiefs and a bandit.
Yeah.
Like, that bandit
So-
fucking imploded.
Just a question. There's been, what, 5 encounters? I think I've been conscious / here for one of them?
yeah.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
okay? It's not my intent. However, in the
Half
encounter in the
half of my
forest,
fault.
where you guys were fighting the pygmy dragons, you did a very good job.
Did I? I
Yes,
got
you did.
knocked back on my first
You-
turn.
Not the encounter that I'm talking about. That was not the pygmy
I-
dragon.
I wasn't there!
I know,
Yeah,
but you did well.
I wasn't there, and that's why you did well.
So, I wasn't tracking any of the player health with this, but this was the health of Bandit Unnamed, Bell, and Jameson by the time you guys were done with him.
Gonna.
Oh.
Bell was left at negative 11 HP, Bandit was left at negative 13.
I was like, I just want to put an arrow in his knee because it's funny. It's a meme.
Don't mention these. Please don't mention these.
I would love to point out that he only has 11 HP.
Oh no.
Just wanted to cripple his ass. He did enough damage.
You did enough damage to outright kill him.
I
Like,
wasn't bandit until I took an arrow in the knee and fucking died.
You sent him straight to Sovereign Guard. Like, no chance in hell he's surviving. Does anybody
He's like-
have any other closing statements?
Um,
Well, I got bullied, so, I said it's a good session.
I was like, yo, bro, I hurt you like knees.
That is my closing statement.
Is that our new group name, Shuckle?
Do you want to be a fairy worm?
Oh God. Our name is Accidental Collateral. You know, that is also fucking fair.
Accidental
I mean,
collateral. I'm sure that you guys
I mean-
will have so many guild or so many quests that actually accept your uptake.
That's what I was just thinking. Like, how's that name going to affect our job?
That's
Oh,
our
yeah.
that's our self slogan for the party. No one knows but us.
Yeah, I hired these people at the DAG to carry my priceless artifact to another planet. Oh, really? What's their name? Accidental Collateral. Are you sure that's wise? Oh, it's fine. They got it there with a minimal amount of bodies.
Mine
The artifact
mine
is
was most of
perfectly
them.
fine. It's just
Really?
when they go down the road, it's just bodies everywhere.
How many bodies? Have you heard of the Doomslayer? Kind of like that, only more chaos.
More
Same amount of
chaos.
magic because the wizard is never there.
I'd say my body is about half of the bodies incurred.
Oh,
Oh, by the way, your next sleep, everybody is going to have an event. Due to how late it is at night, I assume that after the guards, you guys are going to be going and settling down for the night, correct?
Does what I'm doing right now count as sleep?
It counts as coma.
Okay.
Um,
Does that count as a long rest?
I didn't see if you saw it, but before we got into that, Arya did ask Siobhan if there was a temple to her goddess or a place that she can at least like do a prayer that isn't just her room.
I did not catch that. I am sorry.
Yes. No, that we were in the middle of a thing, so I wasn't expecting it to be caught. It's fine.
He probably would have asked you who you worship, to
Which
which
would have been
I
Laura, of course.
assume you would have given that information. There is a temple here in Avon.
Mhm.
However, they typically only operate during the daylight hours.
Okay. Then
Like
I'll do a simple prayer tonight.
you can still like seek shelter with them, but as for actual service and whatnot, if you would like privacy for your prayer, you would need to go there during the day.
She'll go there during the day to give like a full proper prayer and just do a quick, simple prayer tonight as a I'm sorry things got so chaotic in such a beautiful place type energy, if that makes sense.
Yeah. But after guards, you guys are going to be going to sleep.
yeah, I think that's the plan.
All right. I will be contacting each of you individually. We can either do this over voice or over text. I would like to get that out of the way before next session, since you guys are going to be sleeping nearly at the beginning of next session, and I don't want to interrupt it for that. So,
Yeah,
So,
good plan.
if you prefer text, that's fine. If you prefer over voice, that's also fine.
Goku, coma is when sleep crits against you.
So, I pick my mother up from the good old place of work.
I look out my door and I can't see my dog entirely. And I logically am aware he's like scratching his, face with his paw. However, he's doing it so aggressively, he looks like he's just continuously kicking himself in the face. I love him so much. He's such a dumbass.
I do not seem to have anybody to raid aside from a femboy who is playing Elden Ring.
I have
Get it
some
done.
friends who are playing Wilds, if you would not mind raiding them. They're the fashion people for Fashion Fridays.
Sure.
Yay! I can give you their link.
Yeah,
You.
I only have one,
Yeah.
and he's playing Stellaris, so Wilds would probably be better.
I mean, I do have
all of my
owls that I can
friends are
raid.
here.
This is also true.
Well, I have an important
Maybe I
question.
did
What
this wrong.
type of dog is your dog?
What? Wait, what?
What type of dog is it?
Oh, he's an Old English sheepdog.
Nice.
Fucking. Why is this, or why is it like this?
was half
There.
expecting you to be like, fuck the English, but like the dog.
Look, where's my phone? There it is. Here, let me post a
Look.
picture of him for you.
Look,
All
Is
sometimes,
this because they think he's wrong? Yes.
Thank you,
look,
everybody,
sometimes
for
just effort.
thank you, everybody, for coming out today. Chat. Thank you so much for talking amongst yourselves. It was entertaining reading it as we were going along. As for all of my lovely players, thank you all so much for coming out. It thrills me to bits that you have all shown up for 6 sessions now. Ella, this is your second, and I hope that we can continue for many, many more.
Ah.
I am thrilled to bits to have
Oh, hi,
everybody.
Finley. When did you get in my room?